Hello. Guys, this like restreaming thing is hard. Not gonna lie. Keeping track of everything is really difficult and kind of annoying. Oh, what the fuck is going on with my bear? My internet has been fucky recently for no reason. Where's my... I don't know where my scrab is. I need to stop like putting that in random places. Who has it right now? Hello, Summer. How you doing? Yeah, I'm really mad. On Monday, my internet went out for 3 fucking hours. Starting at like when it went out for me. Yeah, I'm angry. I'm mad. I was having a good time, even if I was losing. I mean, on the bright side, it did force me to, like, stop playing before I, like, was on a losing streak for, like, 4 hours. But, like, bruh! Oh well, next time. I'll do it again on Monday. At least that's my intention. I'm a very stubborn person, Summer. I don't know if you understand that. Wait, is there a thing? Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah, it's because I don't like feeling bad, so I keep going until like either I am too tired to think or I or I win. So the problem is that if in that scenario I'm like aiming to get a to like rank up. So like even if I won, even if I won, it wouldn't have I would have kept going probably. You always give up in games. There reaches a certain point where like if I'm doing the same thing over and over again, then I definitely give up. But like after a certain point, basically when it stops being fun. But like in the case of mahjong, like it's still fun even if I lose. What was I gonna do? Oh right. We're just gonna chill for a little while to this title music while I make purchases because I realized I forgot that I wanted to. There's like a flash sale going on for something that I want. And I don't know if it's gonna I don't know if it's still gonna be on by the time that I'm done streaming, so let me do that. How's everybody else's day going? Oh shoot. Oh, do you guys want to hear something terrible? It's gonna sound even worse when it's going through my microphone. So did did I tell you guys on Monday I dropped my phone and got it really wet? I dropped my phone in water and so it's fine. Kind of. Like it works still. It like phones have come so far nowadays like, I've done like work, like other things to like previous phones, and they like died. But for this one, like all it did was that it told me, hey, there's moisture in your USB port now. We're not gonna use it until the moisture's gone. But in this case, like, so my charging port is fine, but my speakers got really fucked up. Like, here, listen to the Neko Atsume music. It's so terrible. It's got like this, like, I don't know if it's like audible over my microphone, but it's like I figured it out, the right speaker shakes a little too much now. I like only to pick up sometimes. Thanks, microphone. I guess this is good actually. That seems that it doesn't pick up my random ass like mobile gaming. Okay, this is the Neko Atsume music. Where is it? Maybe it's like this. There we go. That's how it is. It's so messed up. So the right speaker is doing something weird, and it's annoying me so much. I saw things online about how to potentially fix it, which is like you put it face down on like a cloth and then blast music for like an hour at full volume. But the only time that I can do that is at like midnight, which people are sleeping. And I tried that. I tried it last night, and I like smothered it with my pillows, but like I don't think it worked. I'm a little annoyed about it. But like, so I'm currently debating about whether to get a new phone now that I've got a new job. But I'm also getting a computer because I'm getting a laptop. So I don't know. I gotta think about it. Like, the thing is that, like, the audio still works, just not through that one speaker. So I can't play over, like, the phone speakers, which is very annoying. Which also means that, like, I can't really use, speakerphone for phone calls, which is kind of a pain, too. What was the last time that I got this? Okay. Alright, let me see if I can get this thing. Okay. That's crazy. I don't think that I can do that. Can I? How much is that? Don't you hate when, like, you see deals where it's like, buy this many of this thing and you can get, like, this much off. And then you're like, why would I need that many? But then you think about it and you're like, maybe I could? I don't need that many, like, actually legitimately. I think this many is fine. Always buy cheap phones so it's easier to replace them, I hope. Yeah. I hope that mine gets fixed. So, like, people have said that, like, it fixes itself after, like, a month. Which, like, honestly, I can deal with it for a month, but it's also very annoying. Do I want to use my cash back for this? Honestly, kind of. Actually, no. I'll save it for when I think that I'm supposed to be getting something from like proxy, and international shipping sucks. So I'll wait for I'll lessen the blow through using cashback. Since I'm going to be traveling more often soon, I was thinking about getting, and because I'm going to be making like large purchases, aka a laptop, I was debating about getting like one of those venture cards. I still have to think about that. Sure. Yay, spending money. I have been spending so much money. Like, part of it is like new job euphoria, but also just like these are things that I'm going to be needing now that I'm like changing my job. Alright, I did that. Now I can maybe get started on stuff. Where were we? Oh wait, let me turn on my controller. I forgot. I'm like surprised at how much like controller games I've been needing recently. What happened? I appreciate the summary of previous events. Okay, despite having obtained the curse of the haunting clappers, Haruhi Shikima is determined to use the rite of resurrection by stealing the remaining curse stones. She instructs her private investigator Richter to find the other curse bearers. I know that I gave Richter a really stupid voice when I was here last time. Oh wait, one other thing I wanted to talk about. Okay, so right now I have like this caramel corn, which is like a terrible thing to be bringing to a visual novel reading stream. But I did it anyway because I've been getting a lot of free food for the past like 4 days. 5 days? Something like that. I went to this like boba tea place that's near me, and the people know me there so well. Like, they really like me for some reason. I don't even talk to them really, but like they seem to like me because I'm always there. And so the girl there, she like I got food, and I got food and like a tea, and the girl was like, I have some extra like Indian biryani. Do you want any? I'm like, sure. So that's in my fridge right now. My coworker made pasta, and it's really good pasta too, and she made so much of it. Like, I swear, she made enough to fill up like one of those like large takeout containers for me, my boss, and then she brought in like a small crock pot full of it today. Like, she gave that to me yesterday, and then today she just had that in the break room. And then Tabs' family bought me dinner yesterday. What else did I get? I feel like I got something else recently. Oh yeah, and my boss tends to get... I think my boss doesn't think that I eat enough, which is like possibly true, but also not true. I'm eating plenty. And so she will bring sandwiches to work to give to me. Just because. Anyway, this caramel corn is part of that. Somebody at work gave us this Like a parent at work gave us this caramel corn because they went on a trip and then came back and wanted to bring some stuff to us. And my boss is like, you should take the rest of this. And I'm like, why me? And I don't ask for it. Eating girl dinner? Yeah. Okay, actually, dinner is the one meal that I think I eat properly. The other meals are debatable. I will fully admit to that. But and it's possible that because they see me like, or actually they don't. I don't think that they notice that much what I'm eating or not. But like, they just think that I don't eat enough for something or other because I don't eat at work. Since I live really close to my workplace, I go home to eat. So they in general they don't see me eat too much. I do girl dinner like the other 2 meals of the day. All right, and with that, okay, one more. These are really good though. They're caramel corn. I think they're from Chicago. I'll have more during my meals. Oh wait, let me wash my fingers. 1 second. All right. All right. All right. Haruhi Shigima 1 a.m. All right, before it was 11 p.m. I think. Shigima Mansion reception room. It's been almost an hour since Richter left. He promised he'd call me if anything happened, but he hasn't. So all I can do is wait and wait. Is it gonna be the same? That old hanging scroll. I've seen it too often feel anything from it. Girl dinner trend was insane. What do you mean people eating popcorn and 2 pickles at the home dinner? Yeah, I can't believe that. Like, I do like crazier things for breakfast. Well, not like crazy, but like I don't eat that much for breakfast a lot of times. I went through like a certain section of time where a lot of breakfast foods made me sick. Uh it took me a really long time to realize that it was because I don't drink enough water in the morning. And so my I think these are all the same. Uh the record on? No, it's too late for that. I'm not in the mood for music anyway. Okay, that's different. Oh, I didn't look at these before. Oh, there's a newspaper. What is this thing behind here? This is bothering me that you can't like interact with this. What is this? Yeah, so I cannot like I can't stand the idea of not having like a reasonable meal for dinner. Breakfast is whatever because I don't know. I'm not a morning person to begin with, and so like my mornings will be miserable whether I have a good breakfast or not. But some people are crazy. Alright, what's here? Fax machine. I rarely find a use for it. I don't know anybody else who owns one. Well, this must be like right when they started using fax machines. I'm waiting for Richard to contact me, but he hasn't. What's this? A newspaper? It must have fallen off the chair. That seems suspicious. I don't think if I never offered him any tea, how I ever learned how to make it. Oh my god. Lady, what do you do with yourself? Like, I know that you're depressed, but like, what are you doing with yourself? Nothing on at this hour. I see no point in turning it on. The ticking seems so loud. It just goes to show how quiet it is. My husband used to complain that it was too dark, but I rather liked the gloom. One time, one of my sisters was eating a can of tuna and some crackers. I told them that they were eating like a cat. Man. Okay, so that's just not gonna change. Cat maxing. Actually, I think that isn't it that giving cats tuna is actually bad for them or something like that, or is that milk? I think it's giving them milk is a bad thing. I don't know about tuna. Like you can't just give them tuna. I can't eat that kind of. I like crackers and dip, but not tuna. Like tuna is a little over like canned tuna specifically. I like regular tuna, like tuna that you get with sushi and stuff. But like canned tuna is not as good. I mean, it tastes a little bit better when you add like Kewpie mayo. But it's still a little overwhelming. I need to figure out a way to like at one point I was making like onigiri with like Kewpie with mayo tuna, but I think I need to add a little something more to it. It's a little too much. Tuna's okay in moderation. Milk's bad for cats because most of them are lactose. Really? I didn't realize they were lactose intolerant. So does that mean like goat's milk would be fine? All right. A skill issue for the cats. Hey, lactose intolerance is no joke. All right. Let me read this newspaper. It's a newspaper. I only leave them in here for the guests. I hardly ever read them myself. I don't think I've taken the time to go over one in years, in fact. Well, it's not like I have anything better to do. Look at the society. Yeah, this is such a bore. Okay, I'm glad I saved this part, like this side of the story for last. Ice cream makes your tummy hurt. Honestly, like, I'm like slightly lactose intolerant. It doesn't make my stomach hurt, but I in general with like sweet things, I don't eat a whole lot of it to begin with. Look at the society articles. Looks like the city's biggest problem right now is pollution. Remember how the air and water used to be even more polluted? The river was covered in scum from all the sewage and industrial waste, and it stank so badly it'd make my eyes water. Eventually, people started getting sick, and it couldn't be ignored anymore. Fortunately, it's gotten better since then. Although the air around the industrial district is still filthy with gas and smog. All sorts of articles about the current state of the economy. Now that the post-war boom has passed its peak, we're moving into the era of large corporations. It's about 220 to 230 yen to the dollar. Wait, that's really good. Is it? Wait, how much is it right now? No, I think it's bad. Never mind. I don't know how to do conversion. What is it now? Persona 5. I have never been into Persona. I don't know what I think it's the turn-based what's it called? The turn-based combat. I never really got into turn-based combat. It's also why I don't play Final Fantasy. But like I'm fine with Kingdom Hearts. I know like bits and pieces about Persona 5, but I don't know a lot about it. I've considered playing it. I mean, I've played Persona 4 on stream before, but it's like the original. It's the original PS2 version. I think I need to get like another. I think I need to get the golden version. I think it's gonna kill me if I otherwise. All right, what's the conversion rate right now? Yen to USD. Fuck. Okay, you know, I appreciate that Google figured out I accidentally mistyped yen yo. That's it. It figured it out. Okay. How many so it's 156 yen to the dollar right now. So that's better than it was, I think. Persona 5 is a great game, well worth the time. Probably last time I actually completed a 50-hour RPG. Really? That's surprising. I've heard a lot of good things about it. I really liked the there's a good reason why the um the UI was being memed on. It's just a very stylish game. And I think that regardless of whether you liked it or not, I think it's a, like it has a good place. I think in like the gaming world. Yeah, really good style and music. I think it's crazy how like considering that I didn't play the game and I was like really um I was like on the fringes of the fandom just by like proximity because I like Tales games. Um the amount of drama that went into the fandom is crazy actually. Persona took you 100 hours and you didn't even get to the third semester? Wow. Wait, that's crazy. What were you doing? Were you just grinding? Yeah, that's the other thing is actually I think that Persona games are longer than Tales games. Oh, that's unfortunate. I don't know. I don't know if well actually Persona 5 is really like beginner friendly from what I understand. Persona 3 is less so. Persona 4 is okay. I'm eating more popcorn. You know, I need a crying emote. I have an angry emote. I have a like a happy emote, excited emote, but I need a crying emote. I think I do it too. I think it's necessary. I need to talk to Noel. Oh, that's too bad. Is that the remake? Or the OG PS2? Yeah, okay. Yeah, OG versions either they hit really well or like you die. Like literally in the game. Oh, right. Okay, okay. Reload. The dollar. Oh, okay. Yeah, it is bad. The dollar's down from its height, and people are saying it will fall further. There's no denying how much the standard of living has improved in the past few years. I'm surprised that they don't have like femc in the reload. Like they have it anyway, right? Like that's what confuses me about the whole thing. Why didn't they just include her? It's common to own a car and television now, and supermarkets are better stocked than ever. Okay. Wrong. But yeah, I don't know if I play the Persona games, it won't be for a while because like there are a lot of commitment, and I'm like not exceptionally interested in it. I mean, like I know that they're good games, but I don't really want to play a turn-based game too much. I make an exception for Monokemia because Monokemia's system is not quite turn-based. It there's a lot I can manipulate it more. I don't like it when I can't manipulate the number of times that I can hit something. Like this is not the playground. I don't want I'm playing an RPG not because I want to take turns. It's because I want to beat shit up. Hmm. Now that everyone has more spending money to go around, people are coming up with all kinds of new diversions. Seems only yesterday that people were flocking to the arcades to shoot aliens. Oh, this is the start of like video games. And now we have these enormous theme parks and gaming machines that plug straight into our televisions. You know, you're kind of right that I think Dark Souls is a little closer to the things that I like to play rather than like other things. But also like How do I explain, like, I don't like those kind of, like, dark, kind of gritty styles. They're kind of hard for me to play, mostly because I don't really like the aesthetic. It's why I don't play, like, well, I don't like shooting games to begin with, so I don't play, like, Resident Evil. I like watching it, though. I think anything that's like a first person, like, or like first or third person shooter, I don't really play them because I don't really like playing with guns. Everyone's talking about superhero series, foreign films, and movies based on the latest bestseller. Back in my day, fusion rock and folk music were all the rage. How old is she? But now it's all about city pop and idols. Elden Ring's a pretty good introduction. Oh, they don't tell me how old she is. Wait. Hmm. You know, maybe I should play Elden Ring just because, like, my cousin is playing Elden Ring. I'm pretty sure. Uh, it gave me something to talk about with her. Now it's all about city pop and idols. Kind of hard to care about that sort of thing anymore. How old is she? Is she like she's got an 11-year-old. Does that make and like you start out early like you have kids younger back then. Maybe like 31, 30ish, 30s. 30 sounds about right. Nowadays like people don't have their kids until like they are 30. So, hmm. Everyone attends high school now, even girls. Universal education policy they call it. Oh, I didn't know that. That girls attended less back then in Japan. The country's gotten rich enough that every child can go to school. Education is the backbone of modern society. If you want to work for a good company, you have to get into a good university. With more people in the running than ever, competition to get into these universities has gotten fierce, though. New generation is rebelling. Schoolyard violence and delinquency are on the rise. But my boy was too sensible to get mixed up in any of that. I don't want to read anymore. It only remind me of him. I want to read the last part. Oh, wait. Okay, that's the end. Okay. I don't really watch much television. It feels as if the information in the world gets passed through that little black box. But father stopped them from reporting on the kidnapping back when it happened. I was glad about that. Less fuss. I didn't real. I forgot that they like check mark if I'm done with it. Okay, we'll keep looking at television. Now the comedy boom is over. All the comedians are flocking to other genres. The occult seems really popular at the moment. Look at all these paranormal specials. Okay, culture. I hear the new big thing is some mascot line of delinquent birds, mockingbirds. I think it's called. Is that what Richter was talking about? Trends seem to have such short shelf lives now, with how quickly the times are changing. I think I'm just too old to keep up anymore. It's young people who are leading the way with their modern worldviews. My generation will only fall further behind. Although with everyone flocking to the city, land prices are skyrocketing. Nowadays, most people can only dream of homeownership. The city center is going to be nothing but apartments before long. Oh, so they got... I feel like we have this problem. I'm not exactly a businesswoman, so this all feels like another world to me. If there's one thing Hanjo never wants for, it's horrific crimes. They found a police officer dead in a local park just the other day. A lot of my family were in the police. I hope it wasn't anybody I knew. I don't read the news anymore, not since last year. It brings back bad memories. Oh, there's more. Suicide at local high school. Oh, I remember that. A high school girl jumped off a roof about a week ago. She was bullied, I think. Or maybe it was something about exam pressure? Hmm? What? But no, this can't be right. Her name. Michio Shiraishi from Komagata High School? It can't be. What do you mean it can't be? Oh, wait. No, it's because she was part of... Yeah. She's Michio Shiraishi, the same girl who witnessed my son's kidnapping, committed suicide last week? But that means Mr. Chinochi was terrified of someone who already died? Is that what he meant by a curse? I can't work this out on my own. Maybe Richter will know. Why won't he call? Oh, I haven't left it off the hook, have I? Waiting for Richter to contact me when he has it. I made sure the receiver's on the hook. It'll ring as soon as he calls. Ah! That must be him. What happens if I don't answer it? Hello, Shigima residence. I can't talk. She literally just sat there for an hour, just like chilling. Richter called me out to meet him, and we came here to Komagata Bridge. Richter, there's something I need to tell you. Funny, I was just thinking the same thing. We're on Komagata Bridge over the Sumida River. There's a highway on one side and a freeway on the other, but they're both deserted this late at night. What is the difference between a highway and a freeway? I have never understood this. All I knew was that, like, I was in California. I lived in California for a little while, and so the area, like, the general, like, popular byway is a freeway there. But what's the difference? I look this up now. Freeway versus highway. Freeways are a specific type of highway with no direct access from adjacent properties, no at-grade crossings, and no traffic signals. Highways can be any major road, including freeways and roads with traffic signals and direct access. So, a freeway is a kind of highway. The highways can also have streetlights. Sometimes. Which is very annoying when they do, by the way. Interstates are a subset of freeways and are part of a nationwide system. Interesting. Okay. Wait, but why are we making the distinction then? Why are we making the distinction between a highway on one side and a freeway on the other? I don't like that. One of the bridges spanning the Sumida River, completed in 1927 as part of the reconstruction effort following the Great Kanto earthquake, is notable both for its distinctive blue arches and the cutting edge, for the time, techniques used in its construction. There are many bridges stretching across the Sumida River, each boasting a unique structural form and design. Okay. The Sumida River. The water is filthy and horrid, but at night, when it's still, it looks almost peaceful. Can I ask you something, ma'am? Is the Sumida River what you Honjo folks picture when you think of home? I couldn't say. All I can tell you is that I can hardly stand the sight of it. Right, should have guessed. This is where they found him after he went missing. All alone, floating in that horrible water. All I can think is how scared he must have been. How cold he must have been. What did he ever do to deserve something so awful? I've come here every day since then. And I prayed to the river to give him back. To give me back my son. Day after day after day. You know, in olden times, people believe rivers mark where our world met the next. So the act of crossing flowing water had a huge amount of spiritual significance. Back when Edo was founded, the people of Chuo saw the Sumida River the same way. They associated the far side of the river with the afterlife. That same place would later become Honjo. All the fear and revulsion accumulated there and took root. Oh, that makes sense. I really I really enjoy this the idea that comes up in like Japanese media especially, that like curses can occur um unconsciously, such subconsciously, like where it's just like a collective of people or someone with very strong feelings cause um like bad energy to accumulate. I think it's very interesting because it also like I mean part of it is like it's not a really good thing in the way that it kind of encourages like like the idea of thought crimes. Okay, like your your mind should be a temple, right? In the fact that everything that happens within it stays within it and is sacred to you and yourself, and therefore you should not be prosecuted for the thoughts that cross through your mind. However, okay, I do really like the idea that like thoughts can have that sort of effect on the real world, and the idea that you need to like I kind of have to school your own thoughts, or like just be aware of what you're thinking of, right? Even if it's like not something that you should be held accountable for, like you're like because you there are a lot of people that have intrusive thoughts, right? And they don't really necessarily affect who you are as a person, but you should also be aware of them so that way then you can make sure that you're not like perpetuating those thoughts all the time if they're bad thoughts, right? Make sense? I'm gonna have popcorn. Hmm. Then the Ryogoku Bridge sprang up after the Great Fire of Meriki. Just like that, Honjo was part of the city too. And as it turned from farmland into a town, the people surrounded it with man-made rivers and crisscrossed it with canals and waterways. Weren't those to prevent flooding? That's what I was told. They were, but that's not all they were for. The other purpose was to contain all the corruption that had built up on the far shore, and stop it leaking through to our side of the Great Divide. Officially, they were a physical barrier, but unofficially, they're a spiritual one too. So, if I have this right, are you saying that Honjo is a place where the real world meets the afterlife? Exactly. That's why the rite of resurrection is here rather than anywhere else, I'm sure of it. And it's probably why the 7 mysteries and the curses have survived to the modern day. Now, I guess I would make this spot where we're standing right now, right over the water, the border between life and death. If there was a place where bringing back the dead might be possible, I reckon it's here. Funny that you mentioned praying to the river. That might have done more than you think. Is that supposed to make me feel better? Just thinking aloud, man. Well, it's a nice thought. A Class A river. What is considered a Class A river? Why do you tell me these like random designations without like further explaining them? Okay, phone. Class A river. Where do I find out about classifications of... In English, there's class 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. International scale of river difficulty. For kayaking? That's in kayaking. Interstate... Wait. This is about... I don't know if this is the same thing, because this is for New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. The Interstate Environmental Commission talks about a class A river, a class A body of water It's suitable for all forms of primary and secondary contact recreation and for fish propagation. In designated areas, they are also suitable for shellfish harvesting. They have a minimum dissolved oxygen content of 5 milligrams per liter. Is that what that is? I can't tell because this is an English, like, designation. I don't know about Japan. Maybe if I can find Japan. Oh, here we go. Classification of rivers in Japan. I should have just typed in Japan to begin with. A Class A river system is a designation applied to river systems deemed to be important to the economy of the nation as a whole, as well as those deemed important to the conservation of nature within Japan. It applies to important individual rivers. There are 13,994 rivers with this designation. Can you make it 6 more to make it an even 14,000? Generally speaking, areas surrounding Class A rivers will suffer greater damage in the event of a flood. Okay. So they are just... these are just to denote the major rivers, I think is what it's telling me. Okay, Class A river that's part of the Arakawa River system, which runs through much of eastern Tokyo and empties into Tokyo Bay. During the Edo period, Sumida riverbanks played a key role in transportation of lumber used for construction. That's why I guess it's Class A. In addition to its logistical importance, it was also a place for the common folk to gather and enjoy activities such as seasonal flower viewing or river bathing, and there exist many woodblock prints depicting such activities. The area became plagued with sewage issues when the surrounding environs were industrialized in the post-war period, but the situation has improved since. Many unique bridges span the Sumida River, including the Ryogoku and Azumabashi bridges, which attract a large number of visitors at sightseeing spots. Massive fireworks displays in the summer are also always sure to draw a crowd. The river has served as a cornerstone for both the city and its people, having both aided in its development and serving as an inspiring backdrop for countless works of art and literature. I appreciate all this, like, culture stuff. Oh, that's right. There's one more memory I have of this river. Do you mind if I tell you? Go ahead. It must have been about 20 years ago when I was still a schoolgirl. Back then, the Sumida River was much filthier than it is now. It was full of garbage and industrial discharge, scummy and slimy, and it stank. You could look out over the water and see dead cats and dogs and pigeons just floating. And one day, among all the filth and garbage, there was a piece of my missing classmate's hand. Oh, holy shit. What? It was almost a miracle when you stopped to think about it. What were the chances that someone would find a part of her that was still recognizable? And that although everything but the palm had rotted away in the water, the part that was left would have an identifiable scar. And that they could tell it had been a murder from the blade marks on the bone. I mean, how else would she have died if she was cut up? Wait, are you talking about the Nejima murders? So you have heard of it. I'm impressed. I assumed you were about an elementary schooler at the time. I wasn't really aware of it then. I only heard about it after the fact. I had no idea the victim was a classmate of yours. Whoa. The man who made headlines over 2 decades ago as the perpetrator of the brutal killings known as the Nejima murders. Makes sense. I need a refresher on the Najima murders. Is it here? Here we go. Oh, so she's the one that found the hand in the river. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Oh, right. Yeah. Oh, because he talked about torturing his victims and all that stuff. Right, and that was weird. But something is weird about that because like it seems like it wrapped up too easily, and they also don't have any evidence of like the other murders as well. To be honest, it was all a bit of a blur. A wave of chaos just parting around me. Something like that. They said the rest of her body must have sunk to the bottom of the river. They combed the riverbed, but they only ever found pieces. Everything else must have rotted and flowed out to sea. Afterwards, I heard that all the divers who had been looking for her fell ill. Congrats on 250. Thank you, money. Yeah, thanks to all of the Mahjong players that followed me this, on Monday. Sorry store for everyone involved, huh? It's funny. Everyone figures the river's filthy already, so one more piece of garbage won't hurt. But every little bit makes it worse. It's a vicious cycle. I know I wouldn't want to go rooting around down there myself. That's right. Which is why the riverbed is the last place anyone would go looking. Or so the killer was thinking, I suppose. Times were changing quickly back then. Things were confusing. Everyone seemed to be in a hurry. Young people were moving to Tokyo in droves. Some even ran away from home to make it to the big city. And they make easy targets for bad people. A lot of them ended up disappearing without a trace. You see, back then, if you chopped a body up into tiny pieces and threw it in the river, it would rot quickly and discreetly and sink to the bottom, never to be seen again. Are you saying what I think you're saying? They arrested him shortly after. Michika Nejima. The man who killed my classmate and cut her into pieces. He was so methodical about it, it couldn't have been his first crime. And people began to wonder how many other girls he'd murdered the same way. Police never found any evidence of other murders in the end. But the river knows the truth. How many corpses has it swallowed up over the years, I wonder? The same thought spread through everyone's mind, and they started to avoid this area. So, really, this river has been rank with corruption for decades now. Or at least that's how it seems to me. Well, was that interesting? Well, I can see why you don't have any good memories of this river. With all that darkness lurking beneath the surface, there's no reason that you would. Still, if I may, ma'am, I'm surprised you know so much about the Nejima murders. But how could I not? After all, I was the one who found the hand. Police actually wrote me a thank you letter. They said it was only thanks to me that they managed to bring Nejima to justice. That was the only time my father ever said he was proud of me. Huh. Guess it wasn't just the killer's day. I guess it just wasn't the killer's day. Sometimes I wonder if he resents me for it. Alright. Anything else interesting around here? Huh? Oh. Bird! That is such a funny looking... Oh shoot, I'm suddenly forgetting what these are called. Yankees? Yeah, Yankees. Yankee girl. Yankee flamingo. The pink Punisher. Alright. Oh, there's more? The Sumida River. I have nothing but awful memories of it. That makes sense. Alright. Oh, I think standing around is the last thing I want to be doing right now. This is my only chance to bring back my son. Can't afford to fritter it away. Sorry, I look at everything. He's gazing down at the water. You go first. Please, go ahead. Alright then. I've been poking around places connected to the 7 mysteries looking for curse bearers. I think I found a few candidates. First, a tall man I ran into in Kinshibori Park. I asked him for directions, trying to probe him a little, but he turned the questions right around on me. He was out there the second he was out of there the second he figured I wasn't what he was looking for. I got the sense. I'm like combining like Haruwe with Richter right now. I got the sense curses were nothing new to him. I'm about 40% sure he's a curse bearer. Then there's this middle-aged guy I saw on the south or Gesui Street. There's no question about it, that's one. He had one of the curse stones in his hand. Had a nervous air about him, too. He's clear he's up to some shady business. Gathering soul drags, I bet. Make a good target. Next up is a pair. Young man and woman I saw around Ryogoku Bridge. This time, this man came up to me and asked me flat out if I was a curse bearer. Told him I didn't know what he was talking about, and he backpedaled and left. Looks like they look around there often, looking for kindred spirits for being a guest. Yes. Though it didn't seem like they were quite working as a pair. Gathering soul dregs in a group might be a decent idea if you could make it work. With things being how they are, it's gotta be hard to find folks one can trust. They got brass, though. I don't know what their deal is, but I'd like to find out. Last 2 detectives I've seen sniffing around. The police are involved? Not necessarily. A body turned up in a local park a few days ago, so they might just be looking into that. Still, the park's got ties to one of the 7 mysteries. Might be it was cursed that did the guy in. If they're sending in detectives from the head office, then something's gotta be up. How do you know where they're from? Let's just say that when you're in the business, there's some faces you get to know. Anyway, that's everyone who caught my eye. You found all of them in so little time? I really did hire the best. It's all in the name, ma'am. Richter Kai, P.I. No, wait. Make that Richter Kai, investigator extraordinaire. My, an investigator extraordinaire. Is that why you can dress like that without drawing attention to yourself? You bet. Investigator extraordinaire can blend in like a chameleon in any outfit. Well, that aside, the middle-aged man and the young couple sound the most promising, am I right? Whichever we pick, it's still too early to make a move. Seems like the curse bearers are less involved with each other than I thought. Why do so many of them have this, like, pucker-up, like, face on them? Plus, there's still others we don't know about. I say we hang fire and see how things play out. Once more bodies start showing up, that'll get the pot nice and hot. Once it's boiling, our chance will come. There's something I need to tell you. What's up? Well, that girl, Michio Shiraishi. The one who's with Shuichi on the day of the kidnapping? That's her. Well, she's dead. She's what? The student who committed suicide last week. That was her. I heard something like that had happened. Never got the name, though. Talk about bad luck. Finally get a lead, only find it's turned into a literal dead end. Unless her death was the whole reason Jonichi was so shaken up. He said she was gonna curse him. Was he talking about her taking revenge from around the grave? It seems that way, like we're back where we started. Not necessarily. That teacher knows something, I'm sure of it. At the very least, I put money on him having something to do with Miss Shiraishi's death. That's why he's so scared of being cursed by her. I see. And also, something tells me he knows more about your son's kidnapping. In any case, I think I got a good idea what he's hiding. Or a hunch. A hunch? Well, more of a theory. Care to take a guess? Can't say for certain, but Mr. Jonichi silence Michio Shiraishi. The curse. What if Mr. Jonichi silenced Michio Shiraishi with a curse? What do you think? Wait. What do you think? Seemed to me that he was more scared of what someone else might do. Oh, damn. That might be a little bit far-fetched. I see. I'm sorry if I disappointed you. I'm not really cut out to play a detective. Well, no point in dwelling on speculation. The truth will be out in time. Right now, I think we have to have another chat with Mr. Jonichi. Oh, dang. I missed the opportunity. Something wrong? Not really. It just struck me. It's been 20 years since the Nejima murders. So it has. Not spooky or anything, but I thought you might be interested in knowing. Life in prison doesn't always mean life. There's precedent for first-time offenders being allowed out on parole for after 20 years. Only that found to show remorse and a desire to reform themselves, of course. That's right. I'm impressed you know so much. Still, it's hard for someone with a criminal record to reintegrate into society. I hear they've been trying to fix that recently, matching inmates with jobs and accommodation. Oh, really? They keep an eye on them, of course, make them report for regular checkups. But to avoid discrimination, they keep the inmates' records secret from everyone but their employers. They even give particularly notorious criminals new identities so they won't be recognized in the workplace. Ah, the way you put it, it's like you're saying Fumichika Nejima could be out on parole right now, back in society under a new name with nobody any the wiser. It's possible. As it happened, a little bird told me about a big name making parole a few months back. I don't know if that was Nejima, but our discussion just now did bring it to mind. I see. How unsettling. Now that you mention it, I just remember something too. What was it? I was passing Komagata High School a little while ago when I saw someone. A janitor, I think. And I could have sworn he reminded me of Fumichika Nejima. Oh? He looked a little different after 20 years. Much thinner than I remember, too. I told myself I was just seeing things. But perhaps it was him after all. Richter's face. So, what next? The big question now is what the rest of the curse bears are up to. Luckily, the Sumida River is a good distance from any of the 7 mysteries. So unlikely the other curse bears will come all the way here. Finally have a moment to think. I see. Alright. Excuse me. Ow. It's been a while since someone spooked me like. Is that a woman's voice? Who could it be? She's behind me, isn't she? I don't like when they're behind me. There she is. Why is she fucking everywhere? This lady's like always in the distance, always on a bridge, like always behind me. Where'd she come from? It's like she appeared out of nowhere. Oh my god, so close. I didn't mean to startle you. Oh, wait. I'm terribly sorry if I've gotten the wrong people, but would you happen to be curse bearers? Curse bearers? What's that then? It means someone who's gathering souls for the rite of resurrection. You've heard of the rite of resurrection, haven't you? Everybody's talking about it. Color me intrigued. Care to tell me more, miss? What was your name again? Oh, silly me. I'm Ayame Tono. She certainly has no reservations telling us about the rite of resurrection. It'll be worth keeping an eye on her. He could be trouble. He's hiding it well, but I can sense that he's got his guard up. Could there be more to this girl than meets the eye? I should ask her what her deal is. She says her name's Ayame. I guess she's about 20? She must be brave walking around alone this late, or maybe there's more to it. There's more to the rite of resurrection than meets the eye, you see. So the best way to collect soul checks is to kill other curse bearers. And as for the size of it, hope I wasn't too much to follow. No, I think I got the gist. Funny old world we live in, huh? So, are you saying you're one of these curse bearers? No, well, not quite. It's complicated. I'm not, but Yutaro is. Yutaro? Is that your boyfriend? Oh, heavens no, just a friend. His full name is Yutaro Namigaki. We're, I suppose you could say, partners in crime. Funny way of putting it. What does that fucking mean? What does that mean, lady? So, where's this Yutaro now? Well, about that, he's not actually a curse bearer anymore. He's more like a former curse bearer. Former? How so? I don't really know the details myself, but apparently he lost his curse stone.
Typical, right? He makes such a show of being a top student, only a flunk where it counts.
Damn. You got more to say there, girl? There's a story behind that one.
So now I'm out here looking for curse bearers myself. If you want something done right.
You want somebody killed? He lost it? How to do that?
I wasn't with him at the time, so I don't know exactly what happened. All I know is that he came back saying he didn't have it anymore. Although, well, it's strange that you probe into that of all things.
I'm just a curious story after all. Sorry if it's such a subject.
Oh, I don't mind. I don't particularly care about keeping it a secret.
Oops.
Hyutaro can be a little irrational sometimes, so I have to keep a level head on my shoulders.
So anyway, mind if I ask you why you thought I was curse bearer?
Oh, that. I'm terribly sorry. I was so rude. I saw the two of you out late at night, and I suppose I made assumptions.
Gotcha. Sorry if I gave you the wrong idea. Out of interest, what was your plan if we did turn out to be curse bearers?
Great question, and the answer is, I was going to ask you very nicely for your curse stones.
And you thought we'd have given them to you? Just like that? His face is so funny. I think that, like, you know, these cops have rights. The police, anybody who's, like, related to the police in this one is very funny. I like them. They have good character designs and are very expressive.
Well, maybe not. But you know what they say. You never know until you ask.
That is true. I admire the balls on this girl. You must really love your boyfriend if you're willing to try something that risky.
Oh goodness, no, we're just friends. My life doesn't revolve around him, you know. Anyway, you aren't curse bearer, so I'm just bothering you, aren't I? Please ignore me.
So, what are you trying to do with this rite of resurrection?
Well, Yutaro has his own plan all laid out. I don't know if I can get behind it, though. It seems, how do I put it, self-centered. I mean, if we got a chance to resurrect the dead, it would be a waste not to use it on someone that really matters, right? So I was planning to steal his curse stone at the last second and use it for myself. Well, until he lost it anyway. Oh, but don't tell Yutaro I was going to do that, okay? I don't think he'd be happy to hear it.
Of course, keeping secrets is my business.
My, aren't you dashing?
Sounds like you really have your heart set on this rat. What are you helping to use it on?
Do you promise you won't laugh?
Cross my heart.
Well then, let me tell you my master plan. Prepare to be amazed. I'm an art student, you see. Woodblock prints are my specialty, ukiyo-e in particular.
Ukiyo-e? Ukiyo-e, huh? You must be a cultured lady.
Really? Do you think so? Everybody says it's a strange interest for a girl to have. You know, people often think of ukiyo-e as some inaccessible, high-class art form, but that's actually totally untrue. Back in the Edo period, it was the art for the masses, amusement for the common people. So when you think about it, we feel exactly the same thrills from every brushstroke as they did back then. Isn't that fascinating?
Yeah, I guess. ROA is so unimpressed.
As far as I'm concerned, the undisputed king of ukiyo-e is the one and only Hokusai. You heard of him?
Sure have. He's famous. Didn't he live somewhere around here back in the Edo period?
That's right. You're just as knowledgeable as you look. His 36 views of Mount Fuji are so iconic, they're the only works of his most people know. But Hokusai was so much more than just mountains and waves. That's only the teeny tiny tip of a veritable iceberg of work.
I gotta admit, I don't really know him from those landscapes myself. I only really know him from those landscapes myself.
Oh, don't worry about it. Anyone can learn. When Hokusai died at the age of 90, he left behind over 30,000 drawings. That's multiple drawings a day for 80 years. Amazing, right?
So he kept on drawing right up into his old age, huh? Impressive.
But even in his final years, he was never satisfied with his own work. His dying words were, "Should heaven afford me but 5 more years, I shall finally become a true artist." Even on his deathbed, he still thought he had more to learn. He was already the greatest painter and artist of his era. Who knows what he could have done with more time? Well, that's what I want to find out.
Hold on, are you saying?
Besides, he always said he wanted to move out of 100 houses, but he only made it to 93. Isn't that just tragic?
That is so... This girl crazy. Oh no, nuh-uh. No way this is going where I think it's going.
Imagine the masterpieces he could create with modern techniques. I feel all dizzy just thinking about it.
You've got to be kidding me. So if I understand correctly, you want to use the Rite of Resurrection to...
That's right. I want to bring Hokusai back to life.
Well, that's certainly a novel idea.
That's what she'd use it on? What a waste.
A master ukiyo-e artist. 1760 to 1849. Hokusai was active during the late Edo period, considered to be the golden age of ukiyo-e in Japan. Born in Honjo, Hokusai spent most of his life in the area now known as Sumida City. Among his most famous works are the 36 Views of Mount Fuji and the Hokusai manga. Hokusai was a prolific artist from a young age and left behind a wide variety of works, producing an estimated 30,000 pieces during his lifetime. Though the general popularity of ukiyo-e declined during the Meiji period, Hokusai remained a core figure at the center of the Japonisme. How do you pronounce that? Japonisme or Japonisme? How do you pronounce that? Oh, it's a French term. Why is it always French? I was talking with Tabs yesterday about like the word banal. Okay? Apparently there are 3 separate ways that you can pronounce banal and they're all correct. Banal, banal, and banal, I think is what it was. I think that was the other one. And like we were talking and Tabs just said banal, okay? And I pronounce it as banal, right? So I was like, is that how you pronounce it? And so we looked it up, and it turns out that the reason why she pronounces it that way is because she knows French. That like the term comes from the French, and so my way of saying it is the oldest way of saying it, but her way of saying it is derived from French pronunciation. Okay, how do you pronounce this? Pronunciation. Can you just like, man, okay, can you just read it out to me? Hold on. Japanese? Nism? What? How to pronounce it in French? Wait, what is it in French? Oh, this website looks suspicious. Okay, fine. I will look at the YouTube video. Thank you for the Vine Boom. Japanism? It's Japanism, but it has a fucking E at the end because it's French. So it's Japanism, which is weird, but okay. I'll take it. Anyway, hello, Skybreak. Welcome to me messing around in the menus for 5 hours as usual. Providing inspiration for countless artists around the globe. Despite his fame, Hokusai himself was said to be rather indifferent to money or decorum and lived a life that quite appropriately resembled that of the whimsical and otherworldly scenes often depicted in ukiyo-e. Though he went by many names in his later years, he took on the title of Gakyo Rojin Manji, or the Old Mad Painter. Hokusai lived to be 90 years old and never lost his passion for art. That is an amazing story of an artist, actually. French people corrupting all the words. SMH. Yeah. How dare they?
Oh gosh, is that the time? I should be going. I need to get my hands on a curse bearer before daybreak. Sorry for flagging you down out of the blue like that. Best of luck.
That girl's crazy! Hayame is a young woman working with Yutaro Yamagaki. Her love of Katsushika Hokusai's ukiyo-e is so great that she wishes to resurrect him with a rite of resurrection. Ayame is a clever but calculating university student who only has time for her own interests. She's making the best of a recent boom in the popularity of female university students, incited by their appearance across TV commercials and radio programs. Ayame is content to ride this trend so long as it allows her to get her hands on whatever she needs and wants in life. That is... This girl's crafty, but also kind of crazy. She should never be allowed near a curse stone. Recently, Ayame has figured out that older men will fall for her if she acts a little bit stupid. Oh. She was approached by Yutaro Namigaki in town and although she was not attracted to him, agreed to date him because his family seemed rich. Jesus Christ. However, she does not think much of him as a human being and is beginning to grow bored of their relationship. So you are dating. Or gone her any way to do harm to anyone. Well, there goes trouble. We're going after curse stones. Just keep an eye on her, too, if we can.
Why do you say that?
When she left, she wished us best of luck. She's got at least an inkling that we're curse bearers.
My.
There's a good chance we'll clash sooner or later. We're after the same thing, after all. You head on back to the mansion, ma'am. I think I'll tail her for a while. Be very careful with that, Richter. Be very careful with that, Richter. I want to know what this is over here. I want to go back to the police officers. I like the police officers the most. I think they're the most fun because there's two of them, like, that know what they're doing, I guess is a better way to put it. Aris received multiple reports about other suspected curse bearers. Although concerned about Ayami Tono, who is apparently also after the curse stones, she entrusts Richter to continue his investigation. Oh, she's back home. Back here again. I left Richter to continue looking for curse bearers, and came home alone. The old Shigima mansion. We rebuilt it here after the Great Kanto earthquake. It's always stayed the same all these years, even the war didn't touch it. I never liked it growing up. I always wanted to live somewhere more modern. Once a warrior clan with a mansion in Honjo, now a dynasty of police officials. The Shikima family is one of considerable repute. The family estate was originally located some distance from the city, but the Great Kanto earthquake of 1923 forced them to rebuild in a new location. Thank you for finally giving me a date on that, because I never remember when it is. The Shikima mansion was at one time a bustling place where members of the social elite mingled. 1 year ago, however, the head of the house was struck with a sudden melancholy, and ever since their mansion has stood silent as the grave. Oh. I can hear the wind rustling in the trees. Okay, if I turn around, is there gonna be somebody there? Oh, I can't turn around. Good. Okay. Oh. The fuck? This thing looks so funny. Ostracizer. No, it's actually ostraziker. I think that's a spelling error. Entrance. Right here. Will this really be enough to gather the soul dregs I need? What if nobody uses any more curses? I lose my chance to bring him back. Scary. That it? Okay. It has to be from the school grounds. Okay. Oh, Mr. Ashimiya. Hold on a second, I want to check. Not him. Nejima. Michika Nejima. And his name is Makoto Ashimiya. Oops. I can kind of see it, I guess. The eyes are kind of the same. Man, then Dad got a tan, yeah. It is like really... It's like hard to tell in like Japanese media sometimes that they look the same. I don't even remember what voice I used for him. Wolf is in Little Yako. Anyways, students ain't supposed to be outside playing that around at night. I know you're rough around the edges, but I didn't take you for one to act out like this. I'm not acting out. What about you? Should you be smoking on school grounds? Ah, well, it ain't lit, so it's alright. You know, it's an accessory. So don't go change the subject. There's just no letting my guard down with you. So why are you here so late? Well, the truth is I forgot something in my classroom. Again, you sure are a piece of work. Alright. This is what I forgot. But... Can I go home? Oh, right. Mr. Jonochi was actually looking for you inside the main building. Okay, yeah, it's a new thing. Okay. Who was that? He's here right now? What's he thinking? I don't know. He was in class 3B on the second floor just a bit ago. Well, I suppose I can't... Oh, that means I can't be looking... How did I do him before? So that way he's not the same fucking, like, voice as my terrible Richter voice. Well, I suppose I can't be locking up yet. Second floor, you said? I'll go take a peek. Be back in a jiff. My house is really close by. I'll be fine on my own, really. That's so? Oh, the snack shop, right. Suppose you'll be fine then. Careful now, you hear? Stay on the big, well-lit streets. If something happens, shout, fire! Okay, you worry too much. Well, we won't want to be losing any more students. Well, I imagine you know that better than anyone. Yes, you're right. Okay, so that one let me go, finally. Oh, so she's just hanging out right now. Because, you know, Mia's not coming. Mia's late. I've been waiting for 20 or 30 minutes, but there's no sign of her. Huh? There's someone coming down the road.
That's... Oh no, a teacher. It's Mr. Araishi. He looks on edge. I wonder what he's doing. Wait, he's the one who discovered the rite of resurrection. It wouldn't be strange for him to be involved with curses. I wonder if he has a curse stone. What do I do? But it's way past the 10 minutes Mio said she'd be here by. I managed to escape. I can't let that go to waste. I need to get out of here before anyone sees me.
Fun fact, he kills Yako if you didn't take his stone away in the other path. Oh, really? That's crazy. That makes sense.
I'm home. Thank goodness. I don't think the walk has ever felt so long. Nobody will be able to use their curse once it's light outside. I need to go look for Mio as soon as it's morning. But for now, I need some rest.
Oh, she just go to sleep? Oh, okay. Thank God. Alright, now we can go back to the police officers.
My buddies.
After persuading Araishi, the curse bearer of the ever-burning lantern, to give up his stone, Tsutsumi and Ario have obtained 3 curse stones in total. They continue their investigation of the town in search of the remaining curse bearers. They have so many of them. Road. Well, with this, we've visited every place connected to the 7 mysteries. This is the last spot, huh? We got nothing to show for it. Even though every last location looks suspect from top to bottom. Maybe we came at the wrong time. There might not have been any curse bearers around. It sounds like we need to do another round before morning comes then. Or maybe someone's been observing our movements. What? No way. It's just a thought. Either way, we should check out this last place. Let's hope we finally get a lead. Oh, we haven't been here yet? Oh, I guess it's kind of far. Hi, Shogo. Poor dude. Whoa, 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 what the hell is this? Is he dead? Damn it, we were too late. Was this a curse too? How far the grace falling? Yeah. Hang on, I'm gonna call this in. I'll leave it to you. I'm gonna take a look around. I'm actually kind of surprised that this is the first time that they found a dead body this whole, the whole night, considering how many curse bearers are out. Boss, bad news. What is it? Another mysterious death was reported in the area just now. Medical unit and forensics team are on their way, but it'll be a while before they arrive. Oh, that is bad news. So they got someone else. I think this is the work of a curse bearer. With suspicious death popping up one after another, we have to assume it is. Shit. Guess we'll be stuck waiting around for a while. Hello? Oh, I guess I can't look at him. Huh? Boss, that telephone is ringing. I don't like that! He's distracted by the phone. Boss, the phone. What about it? It's ringing. It sure is. Aren't you gonna pick it up? Huh? Why would I? Actually, though, why would I? Why wouldn't you? It's super suspicious. You can go pick it up then, bro. A young man in his 20s killed in cold blood. He's definitely dead, but I can't quite discern the cause from what I've seen. There are no obvious external wounds, but what is that leaking from his mouth? Water? Can you imagine, like, finding a corpse that died, like, in the middle of the road that died from drowning? Check the surroundings earlier. There were no signs of a curse bearer or any curse echoes around. The ringing of the phone is the only sound cutting through the quiet park. Anyway, I'm gonna save. if I turn around... Well, I guess, oh, the guy whose name I never remember. This guy. Takumi Yumioka. I guess this guy was here at midnight, but I guess he's not here right now. And there's no random will-o-wisps. Oh wait, can I look at the... Oh, I can't look at the playground. Thank you. The phone booth seems to be ringing. I didn't even know those could receive calls. Oh right, I forgot that I can zoom in and out. Isn't there supposed to be a mockingbird around here? Screw the phone, I'm just looking around for stickers. I wait a little longer? What's this? There's something stuck on to the inside of the phone. Oh, nice! Come on, boss, that's not what we're supposed to be searching for. Nice! Wait, how many of these do I have? Hella cannot. Why are these birds so funny looking? They really decided, they really were like, I'm gonna design 20 birds in the style, like, in like a slightly more like an older style. Like they're all delinquents. That is such a funny concept. Whoops. I'll give it a rest. Do you have anything better to do? Well, not exactly. Then why don't you pick it up? Why do I have to pick it up? We'll miss it if you don't hurry. Right, they'll probably hang up soon. Are you really okay with that? You aren't the least bit curious? I guess I'm a little curious. You pick it up! Ah, so you're one of those people. You think that if you pick up the phone too quickly, the caller will think you have nothing going on. So you deliberately let it ring a bunch of times before answering. Do people really do that? There are definitely some who want to give off the impression of being busier than they really are. Well, detectives don't have time for that kind of foolishness. Then go pick it up. You go pick it up! You're the one who's curious about it! Fine. Leave me no choice. I'll answer it. Hold on, Ariel. We don't know what could happen. I'll do it. Sure, it's all yours. You little... You know, it might just keep ringing until you pick it up. True, it might even be ringing because someone knows we're here. It's entirely possible, in which case... Come on, anytime now. I mean, okay, that's the end. I have to pick it up? Do I really have to pick it up? That's so lame. Well, better go check it out. You're right, but be careful, it could be a curse. Hey, I said we. You expect me to go alone? You're the one who's tough about this stuff. Don't worry, boss, you can do it. Go on now. Damn it. No, come with me. Hello. Can't you borrow your park phone booth? Took you long enough, Sitsumi. Did no one teach you to pick up the fucking phone when it rings? Is that Richter? No. Who is this? Ha! I finally got him, the real deal. Detective Tetsuo Tsutsumi himself. Oh, wait, that's Chief Inspector Tsutsumi now, isn't it? You've come a long way since we last met. I asked you to identify yourself. Man, have you forgotten already? After all the time we spent together? What a time it was. As I recall, I gave you quite the runaround. Wait, is this... Fumichika Nejima? What? Did you say Fumichika Nejima? Like the one from the Nejima murders? Ding ding ding, you got it. I had a feeling that the great chief, Tsutsumi would remember me. I spent 20 long years in a cell thanks to you. That shit was not easy. You should be thanking me. Should have given you plenty of time to think and atone for your sins. Haha, that it did. I've repented. My conscience is clean as a whistle. Bullshit. 20 years in prison doesn't even begin to make up for the shit you did. I don't know about that. After all, the justice system was gracious enough to grant me parole. What? If this is the real Fumichika Nejima, he must still have a grudge against me for arresting him. So is this payback? Damn it. I want to check something. This guy. Why does Nejima have like this long ass stare? Admittedly, out of everybody, he looks the most like Ashimiya, but I was thinking like, who else might have like the same like look that he has? Who else like might be him? What's your goal? Now, you have to understand. I've repented, seen the light. I've been a good boy since I was granted parole. I even got myself a job. I've been real serious about walking the right path. Well, that's very nice. Keep it up. But it was no good. When the opportunity arose, it was impossible to hold myself back. I knew I had to give you a little token of thanks, or I'd never truly be able to have a fresh start. You know what I'm saying? No thanks, I don't need anything. No need to do that for me, just try to live a quiet life. Oh, it's no hassle at all. It'd be all too easy to just kill you, tear you apart. But that wouldn't be very satisfying. Certainly not after 20 fucking years of waiting. That's a long time to nurture a grudge. You fucking bet it is. I let it gnaw at me, grow inside of me. I thought of nothing else. At that time, I played model prisoner, endured the harassment those asshole guards threw at me. I did it all for you, Tsutsumi, so please, just accept my deepest and most sincere feelings. Sorry, but I'm afraid I don't feel the same way about you. Shut the fuck up! That attitude of yours is why I'm saving you for last. What are you planning? Whatever it is, bring it on. I'm not running away. I just told you I'm not coming for you yet. Pay attention when people talk, shithead. You see, this time I want to see you on your knees, weeping in despair, begging for me for mercy. Oh, it makes sense why why these guys go the furthest. Like this route goes the furthest here because it's it kind of brings together like the Nejima murders and everything. Oh. Wow, no, I'm so sorry, Nejima. Please forgive me. I won't do it again. Shut the fuck up. This is exactly why I've always hated you so fucking much. It was worth a shot. Did you really think that would save me, asshole? You must be crazy. Well, then we're both crazy. We've got so much in common, we should be friends. Enjoy cracking your jokes while you still can. I'm gonna kill everyone you care about, one by one till there's no one left. Sorry to disappoint, but I'm a lone wolf. I don't have anyone like that in my life. Boss, what about me? Or, wait, are you just trying to protect me? Is there not a single person you care about? I wonder what your sweet daughter would think if she were to hear that. Don't you fucking dare, I'm warning you. Ooh, very nice. That's more like it. She's living all on her own now, isn't she? Attending a university and all. Such a good girl. Oh my, don't tell me she just happens to live in Honjo. What, she does? No, forget it. This isn't funny, asshole. I'm gonna find you and make you pay. Haha, I love it. Keep going. I want to hear you lose your mind. Music to my ears. Music to my ears. Fuck you. Look forward to chopping up your precious daughter. It'll be just like old times. I won't let that happen. How do you know where I am? That's my favorite part. The sound of confusion in your voice. This is to die for. This is delicious. I can't get enough. I'm not telling you shit. Have fun wrecking your tiny little brain for it. I guess I could give you a little hint. Go on. Well, you see, I have the one-sided read. Satsumi, you have the Evergreen Beach, don't you? Nejima, you're a curse bearer? You're using the power of the curse? Indeed, and what a peculiar curse it is. But that's where my hints end, haha. God damn it, the curse echo couldn't have fallen into worse hands. One more thing we should discuss. In fact, it's the most important thing. I thought you were finally gonna shut up. I'm already sick of you, so I'll pass. Oh, but you don't want to miss this. It's the main course. I could just go after your daughter, but something tells me you'd get bored. No, I'm good. You got me real fired up. You're in my head. Well done. Oh, but this is a gift tailor-made for you. I'm going to kill all the people you sort of protect. Every last person living here. Couldn't. Oh, but with this curse of mine I can. I'll give you until dusk. By then, I could probably get a couple hundred people or so. And it'll be all your fault. Oh, it must be so hard to know they'll all die because of you. So tragic. Must be tearing you apart. Don't fuck with me. There's no way an amateur like you could pull off a curse that strong. Unfortunately for you, I absolutely can. My curse stone's a particularly strong one, which means I can have my fun without needing to hold back one bit. It's almost like the Feast of Shadows was cast just for me. You're surprisingly well informed about this. Who was it that tipped you off? Who knows? And how about I kill myself first and ruin all your fun? How about that, asshole? Idiot, you think I'd call it off just because you were dead? There's no running away for you. Ugh. I'll find you. Well, you get away with this, Nejima. You got 12 hours. You really think your paltry little organization will make a dent in my plans? Oh, the sacrifices made will be heavy. I can't wait to see you sobbing with regret. I'll even have enough soul dregs to pull out the Rite of Resurrection. How splendid. Wait, Nejima, you're after the... Anyway, see you around. Bye-bye now. What a crazy dude. You know, if I knew how to, like, do a Joker impression, I feel like that would be a good voice to use for Nejima. Boss. Aria, did you catch all that? Nejima. What's he planning? Who knows? For now, we need to find him and get him into custody. Send word to HQ. The fact that some mysteries are wrapped up in this is gonna make things tricky. You mean with Nejima being curse bearer? Just our luck, really. Couldn't have been a worse guy. Sounds like his curse will be able to kill a lot of people at once. I'd like to avoid getting our investigators caught in the crossfire. We'll use them to find out where he is, but then we're going in alone. I love how Shogo's just here in the corner. We should try to collect as many curse stones as we can before then. Let's hurry. Aye, aye, boss. Later, it was reported that a total of 3 suspicious deaths were discovered that night. Nejima's threats, along with the curses, were kept secret from the general public. However, the Honjo serial killing has still made international headlines following the death of police officer Hajime Yoshime. At Tsutsumie's request, a large-scale investigation was launched into Fumichika Nejima's whereabouts. Tsutsumie and Ariel themselves spent the rest of the night looking for curse bearers in the area, but their search ended in vain. And with that, the curtain closed on that cursed night. 12 hours to sunset. Oh, nice. Okay. Oh, wait, okay, so because we didn't go back in, Mio is still, like, it's Schrodinger's Mio. Mio is still able to be alive because she can protect herself while we're not there. But if we're there, then she dies. Okay, we're gonna continue on this one. Hajime Yoshimi's death, and Nejima's threat of mass murder, the problems just pile up, putting the detective's goal of collecting all the curse stones in jeopardy. Tsutsumi leaves Ario to handle the investigation while he catches a quick break. 9 a.m. Sorry for the wait, boss, but I managed to gather some information. Took a long enough. He's been up all night gathering information. Must be nice to be young and have that kind of energy. I'm glad to have him on my side to give me a chance to rest up. What a nice dude. Okay, so I can move around. Forensics have finished their investigation and the body's been carried away. That said, we're still closing the parks to the public, at least for the time being. This place really gave me the creeps last night, but looks pretty normal now with the sun out. Oh. It's just there! Oh, that perm is crazy. What's this one called? Swanelope swoops. Swanelope swoosed. That's so funny. Well, we've got ourselves quite the mess. Strange deaths popping up all over the place that may or may not have something to do with the curses. We also need to keep looking for Yoshimi and Nejima. For now, we better start following up on the few leads we've got. Guess I better see what Ario's found out. Things at the station were pretty hectic, but I managed to get some info. Let me fill you in. Thanks, the floor's yours. Total of 3 mysterious deaths were confirmed in the area, including the one in this park. Let's start with that one, the young man we found here. He's been identified as Shogo Okie. 25 years old. Regular old office worker who worked around here. Died of asphyxiation due to water in the lungs. He drowned. He drowned in the middle of the park? That's not possible. It's gotta be a curse we're dealing with here. About that, boss, isn't this park associated with one of those 7 mysteries too? Oh my god, there's so many things here. Wait, which one was it? This Whispering Canal. That's right, the Whispering Canal. It does seem like there'd be a link between a canal and death by drowning, don't you think? Sharp thinking, Ariel. You're starting to get the hang of this. So let's assume they're related. What next? Before that, a body of a woman was found beside a residential complex in Kamizawa. The victim has been identified as Tawako Hayashi, 29 years old. She's an office worker who lived on her own in the area. As for the cause of death, well... Yes? The entirety of her body was crushed by some kind of strong external force. No murder weapon was discovered in the area, but considering the way she was found, we looked for something large, flat, and heavy that could have crushed her in one fell swoop. Hang on, are you saying she was stepped on? Meaning... that's this one, right? Exactly. Crushing is the foot-washing mansion's modus operandi. The place the body was discovered is also known to be related to the 7 mysteries. And is this Namigaki's doing? Shit, I knew he'd used it. Judging by the amount of soul dregs, the victim was just a regular person, not a curse bearer. Guess we should report this to Paranormal Affairs. Got it. And as for the 3rd victim... Oh! He was identified as Kohei Donochi, 32, teacher at Komagata High. He was found in the school's courtyard. Cause of death appeared to be external trauma from a fall or heavy blow. The impact crushed his arms and legs. Since he was found in the middle of the courtyard, he couldn't have fallen from the gymnasium of the main building. A teacher dying at school. And not just any school, Komagata House is one of the 7 mysteries. It was this one, right? Yeah. Right, it's where the Fool's Procession's supposed to be. It's too big of a coincidence. We can't rule out the possibility that this death is also the work of a curse. Oh, so that girl must have killed him. Because they were last seen together. Or she's related to his death. I see. Either way, it seems all 3 victims can be tied to the 7 mysteries. There's probably a curse bearer at the center of it all, pulling the strings. But you got a point. All these strange deaths do point in one direction. That's right, and Hajime's case wasn't all that different either. He also died of mysterious causes in a place connected to the Seven Mysteries. Problem is that the timing didn't match up. He died before the curses were activated. Could he have been hit by a different curse? One that didn't have anything to do with the Seven Mysteries? That's a thought. But if that were the case, we'd be dealing with a powerful practitioner. One who could pull off a curse like that without using a curse stone. There aren't many people in this day and age who could do something like that. Oh, really? I see. I don't know too much about that stuff. I'd be more surprised if you did. Well, looking at these deaths, it seems like many of the curse bearers acted last night. But we can't rule out that there were more killings from which the bodies haven't been found. Yikes, I haven't thought about that. But there is one silver lining. Judging by my own curse stone, it seems that the curses can't be activated while the sun's out. Oh, that's great news. So basically we're safe during the daytime. Exactly. It's also likely why Nejima gave us till dusk. He must have known the curse stones couldn't be used during the day. Either way, we got till nightfall to settle this. It's time we fleshed out the other curse bearers. Aye, boss, let's do this. At the moment, we only know the identity of 4 curse bearers, you included. Yutaro Namigaki had the foot-washing mansion, and Hideki Araishi had the ever-burning lantern. We got both of their curse stones. And then there's Nejima, who claims he has the one-sided reed. Yeah, that about sums it up. Oh, that's useful. Wait, that is very useful. Okay, so we don't know who has the Whispering Canal now because Shogo died. And we haven't heard from the Beckoning Light or the Taigo Suguru. Sorry. We better figure out who the remaining 5 are quick. I should go about looking for them. There's no point in searching blindly without a lead. Let's focus on other things for now. Oh, whoops, I messed up. Tracking down Nejima may lead us to the other curse bearers too. Either way, he should be our top priority. He can do some real damage if we don't get him. I also want to look a little more into Yoshimi. Got a feeling there's some connection there. Aye, boss. Sounds like we got our work cut out for us. Asked around Sumida Community Safety's Bureau where Yoshima was stationed. Seems he was investigating the apparent suicide of a girl named Michio Shiraishi. Ah, yeah, I heard about that. He's trying to determine whether it was really a suicide. Oh, wait, sorry. He's trying to determine whether it was really suicide. Looking at the height of the building, the force of the impact, her wounds and all that. Must have suspected some kind of foul play because he ordered a full investigation. But it had already been deemed suicide and his superiors told him not to go stirring things up. Huh. What was the evidence? Well, according to the report I found on his desk last night, the body was found at the foot of a building a ways away from the road. There's no evidence of a vehicular collision, so it was ruled suicide, but he thought there was more to it. Yes, a truck or other flat-faced vehicle traveling at high speeds could have inflicted similar damage. In other words, sometimes a traffic accident can look an awful lot like a fall. So there's a chance it wasn't a suicide. What a terrible way to go. There are no brake marks on the road, meaning it would have been a hit and run. The vehicle would have hit her without slowing down at all. This is turning into quite the grisly case. But the vehicle couldn't have come out from a collision like that unscathed. Exactly, so I asked the traffic bureau to keep an eye out for any vehicles with frontal damage. But I haven't heard back from them yet. I don't think they're looking very hard. So we got no proof. That said, if it was a traffic accident rather than a suicide, it's possible that someone silenced Yoshimi because he was on the verge of discovering the truth. That's true. Think the driver's the one who did him in? Not quite. Yoshimi had already talked to forensics and the traffic bureau, right? His death wouldn't have covered things up. You're right on that. Even if the suicide was a cover-up for a hit and run, it doesn't seem like enough reason to kill a cop. Oh, that's right. Unrelated, but I got something else too. I managed to get a hold of Michio Shiraishi's address. Yoshimi went there a bunch over the course of his investigation. Might be a good idea for us to drop by too. Good thinking. Hopefully that'll give us more leads. Alright, let's move on to the next topic. Remember the girl Yoshimi met with the day he died? One Hitami Okuda? Community Safety didn't have any contact information for her on hand. Not even an address? Well, they had her parents' information, but when I called, they said they hadn't heard from her in a month. Lots of family issues from the sound of it. They even said they didn't want anything to do with her anymore. That said, she still goes to school once in a while, so we might be able to find her there. Not sure we really have the time for a stakeout right now, but she could be a key witness. Can't we have a community safety tracker down for us? We can ask, but it might be tricky to get it done today. For starters, Como got the high school's closed for today. Because of the teacher that died. That's right. Alright, but it's not something we can do today. We may have to forget about it. Let's move on then. I got some information about Yoshimi's fiancée from Community Safety. Her name is Mayu Chozawa, 27 years old. She works as a beautician in the area. Look, I even managed to get a picture of her. She sure is a beauty. But... oh boy, here it comes. But what? Community Safety hasn't been able to contact her since Yoshimi died, not by phone or at her house. In other words, no response. Dead silence. There it is. Can't things just be easy for once? Oh, she's pretty. Beautician and fiancé of Hajime Yoshimi, a police officer with the Sumida Police Department. Mayu's current whereabouts remain unknown. It's definitely starting to look suspect. Crime of passion, perhaps? Fairly common for people to be killed by a lover or spouse. The Yoshimi's well liked, and they'd been together for over 10 years. You never know. Things could be different behind closed doors. I guess so. But we'll have to consider the opposite scenario, too. Could be that the same person who's out for Yoshimi's after his fiancée as well. She could be in danger. You're right. Either way, she's important to the case. HQ already has people looking out for her. We'll know as soon as she's found. HQ's mobilized search unit for Nejima, but so far we haven't received any word. Guessing he wasn't at home or at work. About that. Apparently he vacated his last known address a week ago. You serious? So we have no idea where he lives? Hi, money from YouTube. You know, this is why people that are out on parole for good behavior have ankle bracelets nowadays. Like, even if you let him out on parole, like, you should still keep tabs on him, right? You should still have a parole officer, right? This is just incompetence. It gets worse. I checked in with the factory he was working at. They told me he was only there for a month before he quit. Hold on a second. You're telling me nobody caught that? Well, I had the same thought, so I spoke to his probation officer. Turns out he's been doing house visits and interviews, but never bothered checking on his workplace. That's incompetence. He also said he lost track of Nejima when he moved to a new place. That's incompetence! Jeez, that's just sloppy. I've heard that they're giving parole to just about anyone these days because they're running out of room in the prisons. Which also means there aren't enough probation officers to go around. Dude's probably overworked. So Nejima got to fuck around unsupervised. God damn it. You should have priority for the former serial killer. Like, even if on paper he's not a serial killer, like, and he's only killed one person, like, come on. That asshole's annoyingly good at faking remorse, or insanity, whatever the situation calls for. Back when I arrested him all those years ago, just talking to him left a bad taste in my mouth. He's probably hiding under a false name, which will make it hard to track him down. That explains why he so brazenly made contact. That asshole, he's mocking us. Well, for now, the paperwork to circulate his name and mugshots being filed. That's gonna take too long. We only have until dusk. Okay, surely we have a mugshot from when he left, right? Speaking of Nejima. Yeah? Did you manage to reach your daughter? It'd be best to put her in protective custody as soon as possible. Not yet, I can't reach her. They called, but she's not picking up. Wasn't home when they went to the house either. That's not good. Does that mean she never came home? And why weren't you the one trying to reach her? Shut up, I don't have her contact info. Alright. Damn, she really doesn't trust you, huh? Either way, I told her mother that it was an emergency and that we'd send an officer to find her and get her to safety. She was real reluctant, but I got her to agree. I guess that explains why you got divorced. But if you, her former father, can't find her, how the hell did Nejima do it? Former, eh? That cuts deep. Damn! Yikes, sorry, it just kind of slipped out. Anyway, I suspect it has something to do with this curse echo. Back on topic already, huh? He said his curse could kill a lot of people in a short time. May even allow him to act from a distance. I see. A one-sided read. What was that story about again? Something about a man stalking a woman who goes insane and chops her up? Alright, one of the more gruesome of the 7 mysteries. As for Nejima's whereabouts, all we can do is throw more people at it till we find something. I'll check in with HQ frequently, see if we've got any updates. And that's about it. Shall we continue our investigation? This music is so cute. We could go to Kamagata High School to look into Hitomi Okuda or to Michio Shiraishi's house to find out more about her. There's a lot we need to do, but not a lot we can do. This ain't looking good. We gotta run out of time if we don't do something. Gotta keep moving. Alright. Oh, I can't go anywhere. Oh, no, never mind. I can't go. Oh. Fancy sushi. Life can be tough. Oh, that's cute. It has little, like, daytime and nighttime indications. Low-key, I find it hard to believe that, like, this is supposed to be a short game. Maybe it's just because I'm really, like, taking a leisurely route. Hmm. I'll continue with them. With dusk fast approaching, they have no time to waste. With that in mind, Tsutsumi and Area direct their investigation toward Komagata High School and the Shiraishi residence. Actually, no, I will go here first. Bringing her friend back from the dead means she'll have to pay the price. Yako makes it home safely, but still isn't sure about how to proceed with her curse. She worries about Mio as the night passes. 8 a.m.
Oh, good morning, Yako. Huh? Yako, rise and shine. Huh? You're up. Uh-huh. It's morning? Are you okay? Can you remember your name?
Duh, I'm... What happens if I say something else? Mio Kurosuzu. That's your name, isn't it? Right. I actually asked what your name was. But it looks like you're awake now, so it's good enough. Wait, that's so funny. I'm Michio Shiraishi? Oh, you must still be half asleep. Up and at him, Yako! Oh my god, she's fucking slapped her. Yes, I'm Yako Sakazaki. Good. Wait, that one's cute. Yes, I am the Spectre of the Spirit Board. No, don't fall back asleep. You must still be dreaming. Wake up! Okay, so that's the same regardless. Alright, what if I just answer straight?
Yes, I'm Yako Sakazaki. Good. Seems you're fully awake. Oh, Mio, thanks for last night. Was everything okay? Yep, still alive. I couldn't dispel the curse echo or learn the identity of who used it, but I managed to at least get away. But in that situation, the best you can hope for. I'm sorry I got you involved in something so dangerous. I meant to look for you as soon as the sun rose, but I was just so sleepy. I can't even remember when I fell asleep. It's okay. It's natural to be exhausted after what you went through. Besides, I also feel bad that you've been wrapped up in all this. It's supposed to be my job to prevent that from happening. Oh yeah, you said something about that last night. Just, who are you exactly, Mio? Oh, well, the truth is, I've been trained in things having to do with the supernatural. Huh? You mean you can learn that kind of stuff like you would with flower arranging? I had quite the eventful childhood. Huh. That sounds like it must have been tough. Yes. It would take a long time to explain, so let's leave it at that for now. As fate would have it, I've ended up as the apprentice, or maybe more like an assistant to a notable paranormal expert. Schools have always had more paranormal disturbances because young people tend to be more susceptible to these things. I'm sent to schools that may experience something paranormal and put a stop to it before it happens. Wow, that's amazing. So it's like a part-time job you do while also being a student? Well, I do help maintain public order, but it's all part of my training, so I don't get any money. That's... Pay her! She deserves to get paid for that. Oh, you got it rough then, but still, that really is amazing. You were so cool when you faced off against the evil spirit. I never know if I should be happy when you compliment me like that. But anyways, that's why it's up to me to resolve any paranormal issues at the school, and why I'm going to look into the cause of all this. But for now, let's head to school. Yeah. Oh, do you have your curse stone? Now that it's daytime and its power is diminished, I should be able to hold on to it. Want to give it a try? Right. I do have it, but... Yako? Is it really so wrong? Trying to bring Michio back, I mean? I can't approve of it. The right may seem like a dream come true, but if it involves taking the lives of other people, then... Yeah, true. I want to make sure this whole ritual ends without anyone getting hurt. That's what I believe and what I'll put before anything else. I'm sorry, but is it okay if I hold on to it? Yako. I promise I won't use the curse no matter what, but maybe there's some other way. I just had this feeling that I shouldn't give it up to the possibility just yet. That said, I'll help you, even if it's to stop the curse. For the Michio that still exists within me, I'll settle things so that we can move forward. Okay, but if you ever feel in danger, you can give me the curse stone at any point. Right. Thank you, Mio. Okay then, let's go. Candy Shop Sennoya, an old-fashioned candy shop located on a street corner in Honjo. It's been Yako Sakazaki's family for 3 generations. On the weekends, you can spot Yako watching over the store, cooking monjayaki, and playing traditional tops and card games with local children. Though traditional candy shops are known for selling cheap treats for kids, it's not uncommon to see these largely privately owned businesses become something more like general stores, selling food, drinks, utensils, and many other daily necessities. Many families operate candy shops on the dirt ground floor of their home, known as a doma, with a space in the back where customers can eat monjayaki, as well as card games and capsule toy machines in the front. Such facilities make them attractive places for children to gather and play. However, the harsh reality is that traditional candy shops, which thrived during the period of high economic growth when many confectionery manufacturers entered the market, are experiencing a steady decline due to the rise of convenience stores and changes in children's interests and tastes. You know, this sounds like a regular American, not a candy store, but a convenience store. But, like, it specializes in candy specifically. Like, there's just more candy available. I thought it unusually noisy. There's a big group of people and police in front of the school. Did something happen? If the police are here, then something must have. I'll go ask. Thanks.
Why don't you guys go together?
This isn't good. Huh? What happened? Don't panic, okay? The first teacher who came to work this morning found something.
Okay.
Mr. Jonochi was found dead in the middle of the school grounds.
What?
They're closing the school for today. But that's not all. I didn't know this either since I didn't watch the morning news, but rumors are spreading that a number of bodies were found nearby. What? There's no way. Why? Could it be? Because of the curse? We don't know enough to say. From what I heard, Mr. Jonochi's body was in the middle of the grounds, but his body was covered in bruises like he'd fallen from somewhere high.
Weird.
Taking into account his unnatural death and the timing, it's very likely it has something to do with the curse.
You're saying someone used their curse on him last night?
Seems like it, doesn't it?
But that's so scary.
Yeesh. So the curses really do kill people. And someone used it. Shh, keep your voice down, okay? What would happen if another curse bearer heard you? Eeh! Sorry.
His deceased body was discovered on the school grounds at dawn. Are they gonna talk about? Are they gonna talk about the fact that they were the last ones to see him?
I wish we had a little more information, but they've locked up the front gate. Maybe you could sneak in through the back entrance. The person over there. Isn't that Hitomi Okuda?
You're right. That's unusual.
Oh, but she was at the school last night too. She must know something about Mr. Jonochi. Let's see what she has to say. Oh, Mio, wait for me! Huh. So you're telling me the two of you were the ones at the school last night? No sense hiding it then. Plus, I owe you one, Mio. I'll tell you everything I know. Thank you.
She owes you?
Oh, yeah. Right after I transferred here, there was a bit of trouble.
She gave me one of those, what was it? Oh, exorcisms?
Huh. So that's what it was. Did you hear about Mr. Jonochi?
Heard about it. I've known about it since last night. I saw that asshole bite it on the school grounds myself. What? You saw it happen?
Tell us about it. What happened exactly?
Don't really know myself. It was pitch black. Oh, what can I tell you? It was almost dawn, probably around 3. He started freaking out all of a sudden and ran out onto the ground like something was chasing him, and screamed.
Ah, someone help me! Forgive me, Michio!
Or something like that while he was running around. Michio? He mentioned Michio?
Was anyone else out on the grounds?
It was too dark from where I was. But for just a second, I think I saw a girl in a school uniform with her hair in braids.
Oh?
I didn't go out to make sure, so it could have been nothing for all I know. Then I heard him begging for his life, like I was wrong and I'll do anything. And then all of a sudden his arms and legs snapped, even though he's just standing there. His arms and legs broke? His arms and legs broke without anything being done to him? He fell over and quit moving, so I thought I'd better get out of there. Then he croaked. That's all I saw.
I see.
But from what you've told us, it almost sounds like Michio's ghost chased down Mr. Jonochi and killed him. Hell if I know anything about that. I'm just telling you what I heard him say.
Did you tell that story to the police?
Nope, and I ain't gonna. Can't count on them for shit. Not like they believe such an insane story anyway.
Right. But there must be at least one person in the police worth trusting, right? Yeah, I guess. There was this one cop who always got on my case about stuff. But he died just the other day. Oh, he did? I'm sorry to hear that. Everyone who gets involved with me ends up dead. Maybe I really am cursed. Pisses me off. You've got it all wrong. The spirit that possessed you wasn't that kind of spirit. Huh? It wasn't? Yeah. This was just an unfortunate coincidence. Though I'm sure that was hard enough for you. Hitami, were you possessed by some kind of evil spirit? I don't understand it all too well myself. What I can say for sure is, thanks to Mio, the weird symptoms that were happening to me all went away. Yep, some people are born with a natural sensitivity to the paranormal. They tend to end up isolated as they struggle to relate to the people around them. They also tend to draw spirits to them naturally. This can cause strange symptoms they don't understand, like headaches, muscle stiffness, and hallucinations, even memory problems. I'm sure it must have been very hard. So that's how it works, huh? Do people also have their personality taken over when possessed too? It's possible with spirits who have a very close relationship to their target, like siblings or a parent and child. But you almost never hear about people being taken over completely. It's when the two parties aren't in sync that those negative effects can start to appear. So the seances or whatever you see on TV are all bogus? Not quite. There are mediums and diviners who can align their minds with the spirits they call. Although there are people on TV who are just putting on a performance. Huh. There are people who in life had extremely powerful spirit sense or a deep connection with the person, but even they shouldn't be able to completely take over the people they possess. And even if they could, it'd only be enough to pressure them to choose certain behaviors that wouldn't be unusual for them to do on their own to begin with. But if that's the case, wouldn't you not know if you were choosing that behavior on your own will or not? Hence why there are lots of cases where people don't even realize they're possessed. Though the spirit may influence the behavior and memories of the host, the deeper the connection in life, the easier it is for that to occur. I see. Getting possessed by a spirit is pretty complicated, huh? It must have been tough for you being possessed for so long, Hitomi. Whatever happened to me doesn't make any difference. Me being able to see spirits and stuff has nothing to do with how things ended up like this. Yeah, it's not like being able to see them is your fault either. Same goes for me. Maybe it's just something we have to live with. I think you have a knack for it yourself, Yako. I bet you could see them too with a little training. I think I may pass. Hold on. Break time. I'm doing too many, like, gravelly voice characters. Yeah, actually, break time. I'll be your beat.
Hello. I just took the time to eat more popcorn. I like his music. He's just chilling. How are we doing today? I'm really interested in how this is gonna go. Also, I like Hitomi. I like her design. I like her hair. I have 3 more pieces of popcorn left. I need to put them all in. Oh, it's 11:40. Not that stopped me before. But I should consider wrapping up in a relatively reasonable amount of time. We'll see how this goes. I'm like not sure. Because I have like the entire daytime period, right? So there's a lot left in this. Because I take so long to do everything. So that's why you do the job you do, huh, Mio? I thought she was a weirdo when she stood up all of a sudden saying she was gonna exercise me. If you hadn't said anything, I probably would have knocked your lights out. You tried to perform an exorcism on her without telling her anything? You see, in my experience, most people don't understand no matter how much I explain. They only accept my explanation after they see the results. Huh, I guess that makes sense. It's funny. And that's all I know about that asshole's death. Hey, Mio, I've been thinking something. The way she described it reminded me of something. The way Mr. Jonochi died, it sounds a lot like how Michio died. Of course, I didn't see it myself, but the state Michio's body was in, it was like she had fallen from high up. Could they have been killed by the same curse? I don't think so. The curses of the 7 mysteries hadn't manifested when she died. If we can trust what the spirit board said, then Michio died in an accident. Oh, right. Hitomi, last night before you witnessed Mr. Jonochi collapse, can I ask what you and he were doing in the classroom? You gonna tell the cops? Oh, right. With everything that happened with Mr. Jonochi, they'll suspect you if we told them we saw you with him that night. Anytime something happens with someone like me, all those shitty adults start jumping to conclusions. I understand. I won't tell them. You wouldn't have been able to kill him anyway. If you say so, then I don't mind telling you about it. So, last night, that piece of shit Jonochi called me over here acting like he was gonna attack me or something. What? How terrible! Whatever, I'm glad he's dead. He had it coming. Calling people worthless and a cancer in society when he doesn't know shit about them. That asshole was the one who always acting like scum if you ask me. Is that so? Could you tell us in more detail why he calls you out in the middle of the night? It's hard to explain. Where to start?
What do you mean by Mr. Jonochi acting like scum? Was he doing something bad? You know Michio Shiraishi, right? The girl who killed herself? Huh? Michio? I don't know everything, but that creep of a teacher had some dirt on her. And he was using it to blackmail her, call her up after school and make her do whatever he wanted. What? What do you mean when you say whatever he wanted? I'll leave that to your imagination. Nothing that a couple model students like you would ever get involved in. No way. That's how? What do you mean by dirt? I don't know anything about this. How could I not have known about this? Yako, I know how you feel, but try to calm down. You got guts acting like you were her friend. Jonochi really did a number on both Michio's body and soul. She probably felt she couldn't tell anyone, like she had to suffer alone. No, how terrible. Hitomi, how do you know about this? I just happened to walk in on it. I know the spots around school people go to when they want to stay out of sight. He ran off in a panic when I yelled at him, asking what he was doing. Walked in on it? I couldn't just leave her alone looking like she was about to cry, so I stuck around for a bit. She told me everything that happened in whispers. She probably figured I wasn't the type to spread that stuff around, but she never asked for my help. She told me that she was fine and to keep it a secret. Michio, why? She probably thought she had just had to grit her teeth till it was through. She was naive. I tried to tell her that if you give guys like that an inch, they'll take a mile. She kept saying about how it was her punishment. She was soft. No. Of course, Jonochi didn't change. He kept on doing what he was doing. I don't understand either of them, but that's as much as I was involved. And then she killed herself. Nothing I can do about it now. Hitomi, if you knew about it, then why didn't you... You trying to say it's my fault? She told me not to say anything. She told me she was fine. So what the hell more responsibility do I have other than what I already did? Yako, there's no point in blaming Hitomi. Michio, why? Man, that's fucked up. That's fucked up. You know, I don't believe in, like, killing people for, like, any reason. Because I've said this before. I think that, like, living is the worst, like... Well, not the worst, but, like, I think that living with your crimes is a punishment in itself. So, like, I don't believe in, like, that death is, like, retribution for these kind of things. However, that does not mean that I don't think that, like, the world is a better place with him when he's alive. It's, like, a good thing. I didn't do it, but it's a good thing that he's dead. Did you hear what this dirt was? Nope, never heard what it was. But from the sound of it, he'd been blackmailing her since about a year ago. For that long? The dick probably caught her doing something she couldn't have been. She looked well behaved, but there's more to a person that meets the eye, you know? There must be some reason. Dunno, got nothing to do with me. So, last night, how did it start? Right. Remember that nosy cop I mentioned who was always on my case? He died at the former Yasuda Gardens a couple of days ago. Yoshimi was his name. He was part of the juvenile division. He didn't look like a cop at all, real rough guy, but good at looking out for folks, so he's the only one I could talk to. So there's someone like that with the police. Too bad he ended up dying. Oh, another thing. One time he suddenly introduced his fiancée to me. It's hilarious seeing a big guy like that act like a shy little kid all of a sudden. She told me that she was like me when she was my age and that she was on my side. It must have been a terrible loss for her, too. Yeah, I do feel a little bad for her when I think about how sad she must be. And I saw him at the gardens the night he died. Oh no. Girl, why are you everywhere that people are dying? Whenever I would get worked up over something, Yoshimi always took me straight to that part. Then he'd listen to whatever it was I was pissed off about. That day, he called me over there like usual, but something seemed off about him, like he was worried about something. Worried about something? Yeah, he asked me for a favor too. That was pretty unusual. A favor? What kind of favor? He handed me a weird talisman and asked me to hold on to it for him. A talisman? Yeah, just a normal good luck charm. I figured if that's it, then sure, I'll take it. I have it with me now. But that wasn't all. Then he told me he wanted me to look for a talisman Michio Shiraishi had that looked like this one. Huh? Michio? What does she have to do with this? Yoshimi had been meeting up and talking with her. While they were together, he noticed that she had a special talisman or something. But apparently, Michio always avoided the subject. A talisman that Michio had? He knew that I knew her, so that's why he asked me, he said. Could there have been something that Michio couldn't even tell the police about? I know things at home were a little complicated. From what I heard, Michio was keeping her mouth shut about what Jonochi was doing to her. Hard to talk with the cops when someone's got dirt on you. I didn't squeal on anything about Michio either. Michio, what is it that had such a strong grip on you? So, basically, Yoshimi didn't just have his eye on Michio, but her talisman too. But after she died, he didn't know where it ended up. So, since I knew her from school, he wanted me to look into it for him. Is there something special about the two talismans? I wonder why he gave it to you. Hell if I know. When I looked inside, there was just a weird, kind of grimy scrap of wood. So you've seen inside it. But from the way he was acting, it seemed important to him somehow. But to be honest, what he was asking is such a pain in the ass, I figured he had to be serious about it. Oh, and since he died right after that... Yeah. He even said to me, if anything happens to me, take those two talismans. Give them to a guy named Nakagoshi at the police department. Knowing what I know now, he probably felt that something was going to happen to him. Nakagoshi? Do you know him, Mio? No, I've just heard the name, I think. So there really is a Nakagoshi. That's a relief, at least. Anyway, it didn't feel right just ignoring a dead guy's last request. Hitomi? Yeah? Talisman. Would you mind if I had a look at it? Sorry, but I don't trust you all that much yet. It's important to me. Oh, okay. Oh, it's so sad. Hi, Zero. I'm doing okay. So, last night you were looking for the talisman Michio had? Yeah. I figured that piece of garbage teacher would know the most about Michio. I asked him yesterday afternoon if he knew anything about her talisman. He gave me some cryptic response like, I can't talk about it now, come to school tonight. He even gave me the code to the lock on the back entrance. He seemed pretty willing to give it out, so I wouldn't be surprised if he used it for secret meetings before. What a piece of shit. Yuck. I can only imagine. We climbed over the front gate to get in. So yeah, we met up in the classroom in the middle of the night. But nothing he said made any sense. Like that I was really Michio and stuff like that. He went on and on about how it was my fault, and that if only I hadn't been around or something. He grabbed a hold of me, breathing heavily. Eep! But were you okay? Yeah, that's what. Right when you two showed up. I was able to get away while Jonochi was freaking out. Oh my gosh, good thing you got away. So it's really all thanks to you two that I got away. But I didn't get any info about the talismans. The whole thing was sort of a bust. Afterward, I was wondering what you two were up to, so I hid nearby. Then I saw you and old man Ashimiya talking, and then Mio showed up. Oh, you did? That's also why I saw Jonochi come back outside and fighting. I see. So you were only here to look for Michio's talisman. I was dumb enough to fall for that creep Jonochi's trap so easily. It could have gone a lot worse, so I lucked out. What you described does sound like Michio killed Mr. Jonochi. She did have a reason to hate him after all. No way, you mean that really was her ghost, like for real? Those who die bearing strong resentment or regret can occasionally become spirits, either bound to a place or roaming freely. However, it usually be impossible for them to kill the living. Most don't have that kind of power, but it's possible they could possess someone close to them to act on those lingering regrets. Huh. I wonder if that's what happened. Alright, then. Then, supposing what the spirit board said is true and Michio's death was an accident, then she must have had some regrets. If she really hadn't given up on living, that is. I don't think she was the kind of girl who would just give up no matter what the situation is. I don't really know, but she didn't seem like she had something tormenting her so much that she'd kill herself. And that's all I know. Happy? I still gotta look for the talisman. Sure. Thank you, Hitomi. Oh, if you two find out anything about Michio's talisman, we'll be sure to let you know. Thanks. Oh, can we get your contact info? So, where can we normally find you? Right. I'm not home most of the time. Usually I'm at a friend's house. Here's the phone number. Thanks. We'll call her if we need to talk to you. And, what is it? You're easier to talk to than I imagined. I was kind of scared at first, but not anymore. Shut up. You were the one who avoided me. Anyway, catch you later, and don't die out there, okay? Thanks. We'll be careful. Alright then. We got a lot of new information. Sounds like Mr. Jonochi was killed by a curse just as we thought. Which means there was a curse bearer at the school. Multiple, in fact. Multiple? You think so? Yes. The curse echo we experienced in the school and the one that killed Mr. Jonochi seemed to be different. The people in the school at the time other than us were Mr. Jonochi, Hitomi, and Old Man Ashimiya who you ran into. I was thinking it would be among them, but there was one more person Hitomi saw. Oh wait, but there was one more person. Hitomi saw a girl in a school uniform with braids. From what Hitomi was saying, it doesn't seem like she's one. Oh wait, from what Hitomi is saying, it doesn't seem like she's one. Mr. Jonochi was pretty suspicious, though. If he were a curse bearer, it would certainly explain why he was killed. Right. That's why I say there are multiple. Oh, right. The person who killed Mr. Jonochi would have to be one too. Which means it must be either the mysterious girl or Old Man Ashimiya? Yeah, we should certainly be careful of them. That said, the mysterious girl and the fact that Mr. Jonochi thought it was Michio that was attacking him has me wondering. Of course, I doubt Michio herself was actually there, but... Oh, I just remembered. I also saw Mr. Araishi outside the main gate last night. You did? It's likely he's involved with the curses given that he's the one doing research on the rite of resurrection. So we'll have to be careful of Old Man Ashimiya and Mr. Araishi. I want to believe that not all curse bearers will be hostile, but... As for what to do now, I'd like to find who's responsible for the Feast of Shadows that set this off and how they did it. I don't think we'll be able to end this without stopping it at its source. Huh, that makes sense. In which case, next we should do what exactly? We'll need to talk with Mr. Araishi. He definitely knows something. It should be safer during the day, so I think we should try to look for him. Got it. I'll help in any way I can. But the school is closed. I wonder where he could be. Let's try heading someplace someone may know where he is. Where to go then? Oh my god. Why was I so close? Ryogoku Bridge, Yasuda Gardens, Senoya, Komagata Bridge, Komagata High School. How's the game? I'm enjoying it. It's a good time. Okay. We don't know where he is. So let's go here first. And so, Miyokura Suzu and Yako Sakazaki
decided on their next location to investigate. Do I just have a guess? Okay, so is it all gonna be the same? Okay, so that's all the same. I get the feeling this is not gonna make a difference. Yeah, it's all the same. I think I gotta move on. Need more information. Oh wait, I was here already. I think I just need to go to Yako's house. Anything here? So... Okay. Alright. Fancy sushi. With dusk fast approaching, they have no time to waste. With that in mind, Satsumi and Ario direct their investigation toward Komagata High School and the Shiraishi residence. Where do I want to go? You know what? Everything's happening at Komagata High School, so let's see if we can do anything here. It's already 9 a.m., which means that the girls are gone already. Here we are, Komagata High. Class is suspended for the day, so the students are just kind of wandering around aimlessly. Ideally, we could talk to someone who was involved in the incident. Easier said than done, though. Something on my shirt? Don't tell me I stink. News the dead teacher has also attracted his fair share of rubberneckers. The atmosphere is kind of tense with this many cops around. Komagata High's gymnasium also serves as a polling place and evacuation center. A lot of the buildings around here are still made of wood, but this place looks safe and sturdy. Yoshimi also looked out for these students as Sumida, a city officer. Juvenile delinquency has also been a growing problem for years now. This school's no exception. Midpoint of the show era saw a marked increase in delinquency among young people. A wave of violent incidents targeting teachers as well as students and often involving weapons consumed the nation's middle and high schools. Both Suzoku motorcycle gangs also enjoyed their heyday around this time. Japanese arrest rates reached a historical peak during this period, and pompadored Yankees and female skeban delinquents became a common sight on the streets. This youth rebellion is often framed as a reaction to universal education policies or the pressure of highly competitive entrance exams, but its causes are likely manifold, extending far beyond the deficiencies of the education system. Jeez. School gate will stay locked while forensics inspect the scene of the incident. Looks like they're still busy. Let's talk to the person in charge later. I don't think there's anything else. By any chance, are there any stickers? Guess not. This place isn't only connected to the case because the students were under Yoshimi's jurisdiction. Also the site of the Fool's Procession, of course, it's where that teacher was killed. Seems like a likely place to find some clues, don't you think? Alright, speaking of schools. What is it? Said Paranormal Affairs can't help us right now. So why don't we get that psychic high school you mentioned to help us? A lot of people involved in this case lead back to the school anyway, so it might make things easier to have them with us. For a guy who questioned me on the legality of working with them, you sure seem eager to exploit underage labor. Hey, who said anything about exploiting them? I just want to give our young experts the opportunity to shine. When did you become such a smooth talker? Anyway, I'm afraid I don't know where they are. Oh, I see. Wonder if there's anyone who could help us scout out the area. Can I do anything else here? 9 a.m. A perfectly reasonable time for students to be at school. And yet, I doubt this will be that simple. I don't think we'll be able to do anything else there. Seems like Michio's house is at the end of this road. Wouldn't want to intimidate them, so maybe I should go alone. Whoops. So the Shiraishi household. There's a chance that Michio didn't actually kill herself. Might be for the best that we didn't find her parents. Alright, I'll go check out the house. I should have inspected the area a little more. It's quiet. This place is normally pretty lively, full of people coming and going, but it seems like everyone's decided to stay inside because of the recent incidents. So the Shiraishi household. There's a chance that Michio didn't actually kill herself. Okay. Oh, that's it. Oh, you're back. No luck, boss. I went home. Doesn't look like it. I knocked for a while, but no one came to the door. I glanced in the windows, but there's no sign of activity inside either. I saw about 3 newspapers stuffed in their mailbox. Oh man, do I have to do the other thing first? You cannot permanently progress any further. Okay. Alright. Okay, I can't do anything here. I can't do anything here. I'm stuck here. Throughout the night, Richter continues to gather information about the curse stones while Haruhi lays awake until dawn, preoccupied by the prospect of bringing her lost child back to life. Okay, 10 a.m. Girl, go to sleep. Good morning, ma'am. How you feeling?
I'm fine. Hope we can make good progress today.
How's your curse stone looking?
I haven't felt anything from it since sunrise.
Interesting. It's possible its powers can only be unleashed at night, then.
That aside, why are you so late this morning?
There are unfortunately some things that can't be investigated while the world slumbers. But I did get some research done in what limited time I had.
Very well, let's talk.
The town is beginning to wake up once more, and the clamor of society can be heard from beyond the garden gates. Like any day, a cloud of pollution drifts out from the industrial area. It's the old mansion where I was born and raised. Entrance. No one's in the mansion at the moment. The door has been locked shut. Housekeeper has already left after cleaning and preparing food. Dang, you really don't have to do anything, lady. He's looking a bit tired. He must have been up all night investigating. We may be surrounded by curses and death, but it matters little. My only concern is whether I can see my child again. By the way, there's something I wanted to talk to you about.
And what's that?
Our current plan is to steal a curse stone that's already absorbed soul drags, but I'm wondering if it would be suffice to not steal, but instead negotiate with the curse bearer and have them use the right for our purposes.
Oh? I mean, I suppose that would accomplish the same, but do you think it's possible?
So long as we offer compensation, it may prove much easier than you'd expect.
Compensation.
Cash, for instance. That wouldn't be off the table for a family as rich as Shikama's, would it?
Of course, why, any amount would be fine if it get the job done. I won't let monetary matters lead me to regrets the way it did back with the ransom.
Okay, with that option on the table, let's figure out our strategy.
Do you have any curse bearers with whom we can negotiate in mind?
Not yet. Surprisingly, it seems the other curse bearers haven't been that proactive about collecting soul dregs. See the news about this morning?
No, I haven't.
Overnight, 3 mysterious deaths were reported in this area. They've yet to announce the identities of the bodies found, but they've been nicknamed the Honjo serial killings, garnered quite some attention on the streets.
Oh my. Only 3?
That's what I thought. Even if the victims were curse bearers, just one of the two wouldn't be enough soul dregs. And for what these curse stones are capable of, mere 3 victims seems a little on the low side. With this little activity all through the night, the curse bearers must be a cautious bunch.
What's holding them back? Are they not all after the power of resurrection?
There may still be some undiscovered victims, but it doesn't seem like anyone's gathered enough soul dregs yet. We might have to set up some bait to spur them into action.
And then we offer them the deal.
None of the curse bearers seem very proactive. I wonder if this situation could be what the mastermind who kicked it all off intended.
Now that's an interesting theory. You think there's someone behind this all?
You mentioned here an agonized voice telling you to kill when you first obtained the curse stone. That doesn't sound like a coincidence to me. Someone agitated the curses in this area on purpose, and they're likely after the rite of resurrection as well.
So you're thinking this person is not one of the curse bearers?
You got a sharp mind, ma'am. Though it might seem a bit obvious for the mastermind to become a curse bearer and collect soul dregs if they were after the rite. This would be very risky since a curse bearer they themselves would become a target.
So it'd actually be more convenient for them if the curse bearers moved less aggressively.
That's right. But despite that, they've been inciting the curse bearers to commit murders. Why? Let's consider this. What if the mastermind isn't trying to collect soul dregs themselves?
You mean their intention was also to steal the souls, while the other curse bearers compete with each other from the start?
Sitting back and observing from the sidelines is a safe course of action. That's why I figured it might be best for us to attempt the same strategy.
So, how do we do it?
There's still reason to suspect the mastermind could be a curse bearer themselves. To be honest, I want to keep my distance from whoever it is. There's no telling what kind of powers they must possess. Whether our aims to negotiate or steal, we'll have to outpace the mastermind in making contact with the other curse bearers.
How do you suppose we do so?
At this point, all we can do is search.
If there's a mastermind inciting the curse bearers to collect soul dregs, then be sure there's even a rite of resurrection.
Good question. Or it could be nothing but a myth fabricated to spur the curse bearers into action. Seeing it might be for naught, do you want to give up, ma'am?
Never.
Understood. After all, we'll never know the truth unless we see it for ourselves. But we'll do it without using the curses ourselves. By the way, I met a few people who seemed like potential curse bearers last night. I did some investigating into all of them. But I only managed to get detailed information on 2.
You're quick. I suppose that's to be expected from an investigator extraordinaire.
I appreciate the flattery. First, there's Ayami Tono, the girl we talked to before, though she isn't curse bearer herself. She's a student attending University of Art. Currently lives alone in an apartment near Midorito Park.
You even determine her address. You're not one to be underestimated, Mr. Investigator Extraordinaire.
I called every single university ukiyo in the curriculum pretending to be a parent. I went around to check on her place on the way here. Doesn't seem like she returned home last night. I'm worried she might have run into some trouble.
Didn't you attempt to follow her last night?
I'm embarrassed to say, but I couldn't. She shook me. Couldn't keep track of her.
And here I thought you were an investigator extraordinaire.
I'd like to learn more about her, but it would take some time. She's planning to steal the curse stones just like us. It's best we act carefully around her. Next is a tall man who was dressed in black. I met him near Kinshicho. He stood out with the way he dressed. Managed to get some good information from him.
Impressive.
What can I say? He works as a secretary of Hihaku Soap's chairwoman. I believe his name is Takumi Yomioka. Hihaku Soap's headquarters and factories are both located in Honjo, correct?
Yes, they've been here for a while, but it's only in the past 10 years that the company has shown significant growth.
I remember seeing the chairwoman on news a few years back. She seems to be very shrewd. With the increase in sales, I assume she'd want her factories running at full capacity. But with the harsh restrictions against industrial waste, a lot of factories with older equipment had to be shut down.
That's right. Even 10 years ago, there were many complaints about chemical plants dumping waste into the river.
Most companies back then were more concerned with making a profit than protecting the environment. Wonder what a man working for such a company would have been up to in the middle of the night. On the way here, I stopped by the company's headquarters, but they hadn't started for the day. Should have better luck later.
Let's hope you will. Perhaps they're interested in seeing if the right would be beneficial for their product research into beauty and skincare.
Huh, now that's an interesting thought. I ran into one more suspicious young man last night.
This one seemed to be out collecting soul drags, right?
Indeed. Couldn't get a good look at him, though. I couldn't gather enough intel to properly identify him.
Well, that's a shame.
But I can make an educated guess.
Oh?
You know that researcher who discovered the ancient text on the Rite of Resurrection? The one who lives near here? His name's Hideki Araishi, and the man I met was very similar in stature.
Oh my, even he is involved? How awfully suspect. Considering his background, couldn't he be the one who initiated the whole affair?
I think it's possible, yes. But no way he gave up his curse stone that easily if he started it. Which is why I decided to refrain from making contact with him for the time being. Safety first.
Understandable.
Of course I want to learn more, but this isn't the right time to focus on him. I prefer to ascertain who else is a curse bearer. First, I'll return to Hihaku Soap to see that man in black. Their headquarters down on South Warrior Guestway Street. Whoops. I learned something new about the criminal involved with kidnapping. Concerns serial killings. There's a body found in Komagata High School. The person was identified as a school teacher. His name was Kohei Jonochi.
Do you think he was a curse bearer?
Not sure. It's possible. But regardless, this means the two people who knew the truth about the kidnapping are both dead.
Just when we were getting somewhere.
It isn't enough to make me give up, of course. Still, we don't know anything about Michio Shiraishi's residence. It'd be wise to pay a visit.
Understood.
In addition to the 3 victims associated with the Honjo serial killings, there's Michio Shiraishi, who reportedly committed suicide, and the police officer who died at the former Yasuda Gardens. If strange deaths continue occurring like so, they're bound to inspire strange rumors.
But those last 2 have nothing to do with the 7 mysteries, no?
It's true both occurred a week before this cursed situation began. Still, it can't be ruled out. Possible that the mastermind was involved even with those killings.
How?
What if there were preliminary steps to awakening the 7 mysteries curse? Can we really assume they're unrelated just because the timing doesn't match up? Or rather, the police officer's death so baffling it'd be easier if it was connected to these curses. The victim wasn't type to be caught off guard easily.
You seem to know a lot about this.
I suppose we weren't strangers. My personal feelings might be wrapped up in this one too.
I see. If you were to investigate this matter more, you might get a lead on the mastermind.
You're right. We wish to focus on the mastermind's identity would be a fine starting point. Might even discover more deaths related to curses on the way. Should pay more attention to today's news. Well, that's all I have to report. Shall we continue with our investigation? What do you want to do? We still can't use the curse stone. Taking a walk should be fine place to start.
Right, let's go together. I want to see what's going on for myself.
In that case, I'll trust you to decide on where we should go, ma'am. Where should I go to begin my search? Which church? Which places have stood out to me most so far? Good question. Midoricho Park, Southward Gashi Street, Komagata High School. Honestly, I want to go to the high school. Here we are, ground zero, Komagata High School. Guess logical that the police has got this place shut down. Teacher's body found here after all. Yeah, it's as if the students had nowhere to go now that the school is closed. The news has attracted a bunch of curious onlookers, huh? That works in our favor. The more people around, the better we can blend in. Oh, I can't examine the gymnasiums of these guys. Seems the officer's still inspecting the scene. Entry's been strictly prohibited. No funny looking birds. It appears to be wary of those police officers. Maybe the police really do have something against private investigators, just like in those detective novels. This place said to be connected with the store of the fool's possession. Wouldn't be surprised if a curse bearer decided to turn up. However, I need to find out if this teacher was a curse bearer or not. I expect the police to be awful since they don't know about the curses. I can ask around and see what the students have to say. Alright, I'll go ask the students about Michio. I'm back, ma'am.
So, what did you learn?
That school kids sure left good rumor. Dr. drowned in stories about Mr. Jonochi and Michio, most of which seemed dubious at best.
Not surprising.
Most of what I heard was hardly worth a second thought. There's one story that caught my attention.
Oh?
Some believe that Michio was the one who killed Mr. Jonochi.
Really?
Stories got 2 pieces of evidence to back it up. One of them wasn't news to me, and he's been mumbling that Michio's gonna kill him for some days now. The other teacher overheard his mumbling and told the students.
And then it spread like wildfire, I suppose. Rumors that juicy don't stay a secret for too long.
As for the other piece of evidence, a big-tailed girl in her school uniform was seen around school late last night.
Go on.
Although numerous people claimed to have seen the girl, not one of them saw her face. Some were proposing it was Michio brought back to life, or that it was her vengeful spirit. Well, it's not like Michio's the only high schooler to wear pigtails. This rumor must have been made up just to fan the flames.
But if it were true, I want to get a hold of her in order to hear her side of the kidnapping.
If she's alive, that'd be ideal. Still, one more thing I should mention. I discovered where Michio lived. The student had a list of student addresses on hand.
That's an amazing find.
I believe all the students actually had a copy of said list. It truly worries me how easy it was to obtain what should be confidential information. Imagine what would happen if that information got in the wrong hands.
Well, so far it hasn't, no.
Sure, let's hope it stays that way. Meantime, it's now possible for us to visit Michio Shiraishi's house. I can imagine the students are uneasy after learning the murder. It may do them well to stay home for some time, not for fear for their safety. Police are probably too backed up in solving the case to be concerned about the students' mental health.
I can see that.
It's important that society provides a safe environment for the benefit of our youth. Some schools' policies could use some rewriting, especially those handling the students' personal information.
That's right. I don't want a student being kidnapped on their way back home ever again.
I expect criminals to grow even more cunning as time passes. Maybe times where the authorities can't keep up. That's where outlaws such as myself come in.
What's this about?
Actually, just forget I said anything. You see.
Michio's home.
I expect your family might be able to tell us more, but it's a hard topic to bring up so soon after her suicide. However, it's normal for a high school student to keep things hidden from her parents, especially if it involves criminal activity. Alright, I guess we'll continue this way then. We're gonna run into the cops? No.
How did it go?
I went to visit Michio Shiraishi's family home, however. No one seems to be there. Got no answer at the door and all the lights were out. Seems to have been empty for a while. There's a stack of newspapers out front. I don't understand why no one's come to the house even after Michio's committed suicide. I wonder if this place is okay. Social connections run deep in working class areas like this place, so I decided to talk to locals. Met a few nice old ladies who were kind enough to give me the scoop. Turns out Shiraishi's reputation really went down the dumps this past year. Is that so? I'll give you a quick summary. They moved here about 3 years ago. Previous residents in a better part of town. Michio's father died in a car accident, leaving behind just 2 of them. Michio's mom, Toshiko, now a single mother, relocated here. First, they got along with their neighbors, many of which were in similar situations, helping and being helped in return. So far, so good. What happened? Well, as I said, their reputation began to go downhill about a year ago. A man recognized as Toshiko's common-law husband has been moved into the household. His name is apparently Kankichiro Iwai. Neighborhood gossip, something else. Somehow everyone knew his name. So, what of this Iwai character? He's apparently a vulgar fellow with a criminal record. He's prone to violent outbursts. Neighbors often heard screaming and shouting coming from the home. Neighbors took particular notice of Toshiko's screams, pleading with him to not hit Michio. It's terrible. As if that wasn't unsettling enough, every night the neighbors also began to hear eerie chanting. Through this, Shiraishi standing in the neighborhood plummeted rapidly. Toshiko's often seen covered in bruises and wounds. Stopped responding to her neighbors, she would just turn the other way when greeted. They kept the storm shutters closed even during the day, effectively shut themselves away from the entire community. That sounds horrible. Why didn't the police step in and do something? Unfortunately, under our current laws, police aren't allowed to get involved with domestic disputes. That's awful. And then Michio reportedly killed herself. Things only got worse with Iwai, and Toshiko was admitted to the hospital for physical and mental abuse. Ever since, Iwai hasn't returned to the home. Many locals expressed sympathy for Michio's circumstances, but just as many were fed up with the Shirashis entirely and seemed relieved that things finally quieted down again. It seems they were still concerned that they were still considered outsiders even after 3 years living here. I don't understand it. Why would Toshiko have gotten involved with so brutish good-for-nothing in the first place? I've heard many stories where one partner's personality is a complete turn after entering a relationship. After her first husband's death, Toshiko's financial situation had also taken a turn for the worst. Determined to send her daughter to a good high school, also she fell victim to sweet promises. Life can be tough, I suppose. You don't seem moved by the story, ma'am. That's fine. People have all kinds of stories. Oh dang, I was not expecting that mug when I got here. The common-law husband of Michio Shiraishi's mother, Toshiko Shiraishi. Kankichiro started coming and going from the Shiraishi household a little over a year ago. Seems he spent some time in prison, but the details are unknown. It's a bit quiet over here. It's a residential area after all. All these run-down row houses really scream working class, don't they? Shiraishi's dealt a tough hand. I can't imagine what it was like. Could it be the girl was forced by her circumstances to take part in the kidnapping? I want more stickers. Oh god, why am I getting... I played Solitaire yesterday because I found it on my computer, and now I'm getting notifications from it. What the hell? Why am I getting notifications from a Solitaire game? I'll have to turn those off. I've never liked these messy and cluttered black streets. They give me the jitters every time. It's reassuring to have someone as strong and tall as Richter accompanying me. He looks so unfazed. I suppose a detective is used to this kind of thing, always investigating and chasing criminals. I wouldn't be cut out for it. But the Shiraishi certainly hadn't lucked out with theirs, bringing such a violent man into it. Was that it? I don't know why I pressed it again. Go to the park. Least efficient way to move anywhere. We're here. This is Midoricho Park. Ayami Tono lives around here. She was in her apartment when I dropped by this morning. Wonder if it's worth checking again. Always heartwarming to see children playing in the park. Richter seems to like kids, perhaps because they're on the same wavelength. Dang. Seems picking up Ayami's trail is out of the question for now. Why do we even come here? This place connected with the story of the Taiko Suguru. Not only that, Katsushika Hokusai's home was also in this area. That might be why Ayami chose to live here. Small park bordering South Warrior Street, sporting a mixture of cherry and evergreen trees. Although unremarkable in most respects, this small playground always attracts a number of children come evening. While no trace remains in the modern day, it stands on what was once the site of the Suguru estate. The legendary artist Katsushika Hokusai is also believed to have been born in the vicinity. Tree. Oh. Why is it in the tree? That doesn't even make any sense. It can't stick to the leaves. Oh, good going, ma'am. You found a haiku. That's a rare one. Haiku. Is it now? I love this. I like this one a lot, actually. I don't think there's anything else to really look at besides just talk to him. We won't get much done sitting around here. Why don't I go and check out Ayami's apartment? You don't mean to speak with her, do you? No, I prefer to get an idea of what she's been up to. I see whether she's been home or not, just potentially get a trace on her movements. Then, be my guest. Okay, it shouldn't be long. I'm back, ma'am. So, nothing? I'm afraid so. She still hasn't returned. However, I know a few people who seem to be related to the police force keeping watch in the area. I don't know if they got eyes on her apartment, but they do appear to be watching the building it's in. Interesting. Got a sharp eye to have noticed them despite being so covert. What can I say? It's part of the job. However, man, I had to refrain from knocking on her door or looking through her windows. Wasn't able to check her electric meter or her mailbox either, unfortunately. You were planning to go that far? That's pretty important. I thought Richter was Michael Jackson for some reason. He kind of looks it, I can see what you're saying. We won't make much progress sticking around here. Alright. Here we are. Every time I get the little Windows notification, I'm scared that my stream has gone down. The Hihaku Soap's headquarters are on the other side of South Warrior Street. Closed when I visited this morning, but appears things are up and running now. So an influential person at Hihaku Soaps is potentially a curse bearer. Richter proposed we use money to negotiate for the curse stones, but we could hardly outbid a large corporation if it came down to it. Back in the Edo period, the canal known as South Warrior ran through this area, but it's been turned into a major road. A bit away from Kinshicho Station or Ryogoku Station, but still considered a nice area. Stories of the ever-burning lantern and the Footwasher Mansion both took place around here. Both of the bodies discovered this morning was found by this road. One of the bodies discovered this morning was found by this road as well. This is quite a lovely area, huh? I suppose you could call it somewhat of a city center. A wiry guesty partitioning ditch refers to a waterway dug down the middle of a road so as to divide it. At the dawn of the Edo period, the Honjo district was little more than a collection of suburban rice farms. As the area became more developed, the South Warrior was excavated and turned to drain in order to drain rainwater into the Yokojiken River to the east. Though it served the people long and faithfully, it was converted into a south underground culvert at the beginning of the Showa era. In the present, no trace of it remains on the surface, but the street that bears its name. Oh, my voice is dying. I don't know when to stop, though. He tells me he barely slept last night, and he seems to be brimming with energy. Was I too that resilient at his age? Perhaps it's what sets apart a detective from the rest. He's a crazy person, is what you're telling me. To think a small soap making company could grow so much in such a short time. They have factories and warehouses throughout the area now. You can see why director and now chairwoman Natsuo Yamamori is called the Queen. Chemical producer that ranks 4th largest in the domestic detergent market and 7th largest in the cosmetic market. From its humble beginnings as a small soap factory established until after the war in 1946, founder Natsuo Yamamori utilized her feminine perspective and a well-timed economic boom to boldly lead the company into new markets. Even as the market grew crowded with the industrialization of Sumida City, the company continued to expand, digging its roots deep into the area. In particular, it established itself as a household name by focusing its branding toward the rapidly expanding convenience store market. Its flagship products now include cosmetics, detergent, soap, shampoo, and more. The company's name, Hihaku, also refers to kasuri, a type of patterned fabric. Oh. Natsuo Yamamori. Natsuo is the former president of Hihaku Soaps, a large chemical company. Though she retired from her position 2 years ago, she still wields great influence over the company from her position of chairwoman. Recently, there have been rumors about her possessing strange and wonderful magical abilities, earning her the nickname the Witch of Hihaku. Prior to the war, Natsuo enjoyed working her dream job at a textile factory. She was forced to face the bitter reality of the world. However, when the factory was destroyed by a fire during the war, she was ordered to rework the fabrics she had painstakingly crafted into something more suitable for blue-collar work. Witnessing the rise in popularity of Western-style clothing in the post-war period, Natsuo left the textile industry. However, a nod to her past can be seen in her company's name, with Hihaku being another name for kasuri, a type of fabric featuring patterns and images woven with dyed fibers. Having long been dissatisfied with the soap supplied at the textile factory, Natsuo saw a business opportunity and set up her own small soap factory. Taking inspiration from imported soap brands, she developed new products which quickly gained a good reputation. Ever the shrewd businesswoman, Natsuo ran an aggressive promotional campaign on TV featuring a popular Japanese singer, rapidly turning Hihaku Soaps into a household name. Wow! We love a girl boss. You mentioned that Takumi works as her secretary. That's correct. I think it's possible he's acting on her orders. That's exactly my thinking. First bearer with both money and power could certainly look at resurrection as the next prize. Negotiating with a person of that stature may prove difficult. Business up and running. I can see people inside the reception area. First, I need to confirm whether Takumi's the man I ran into last night. Then I'll be able to determine if he's a curse bearer. It'd be better if I go inside the headquarters alone. You should walk around and visit a cafe for some tea, perhaps. I'm going in. Maybe a while, so feel free to find somewhere to kill time. Okay. Good luck in there. Sorry I'll keep you waiting. How did it go? I'll fast forward to conclusion. I met with Takumi. There's no doubt he's the same man I saw last night, but it doesn't seem like he's a curse bearer. Wait, then who took the Whispering Canal? Well, that doesn't mean he has no connections to the recent curses. He knew about the 7 mysteries. He even guessed we have a curse stone of our own. Excuse me? I tried to approach Takumi about a fallen item after I friended him last night. However, you said your name is Richter, correct? I have a favor I'd like to ask of you. I was hoping you would hand over the curse stone in your possession. Curse stone? What are you on about? There's no need to play dumb with me. In fact, there's no time for it. I had all the same reason you did to think you were a curse bearer last night. And your arrival here only confirms it. You are a curse bearer, no? You're right, we lack time. I'll confess I'm a curse bearer. I possess the curse stone of the haunting clappers. I'm glad to hear the truth. Finally, this conversation is worthwhile. If it's a dangerous item you hold, give it to me. My company will take the responsibility to dispose of it. I didn't know the soap business specialized in scrubbing curses clean. It is the prerogative of Miss Yamamori. Is that so? Assuming you've obtained the curse, you understand the power it involves, no? Miss Yamamori possesses supernatural powers akin to those of a god. She also has a deep love for this land, having transformed it from the pile of dirt it once was to the home of our headquarters. She cannot stomach the fact that it's now the site of these curses run rampant. So you're telling me the Queen of Hihaku is a real-life witch? She wouldn't appreciate being called that, mind you. There's a sorcerer by the name of Suigen Gamyodo who's gallantly working behind the scenes, exorcising spirits and the like. Go on. Why does it have to be all these male characters that I can't voice? That being so, there have already been instances of the dead coming back to life. Do you understand the urgency of this matter? These are curses we're speaking of, tools which are being used by wicked beings to possess people. The rite of resurrection is nothing but a fabrication meant to seduce the curse bearers into unspeakable action. If you truly understand what I'm talking about, you must hand over that curse stone at once. Very interesting. That said, just how many curse stones have you acquired so far? If what you tell me is true, surely the company would have launched a large-scale search by now. We have 6. 6? Whoa, I can rest at ease then. Here I thought I was at risk of being cursed. Wait, how does he have... How does he have 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But Tetsuo has 3. There's no way. You have at most 3, bro. It seems we're on the same page. If that's the case, you should hand over your curse stones immediately. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but it's not actually in my possession at the moment, considering its importance. I've kept it in hiding. Really now? Then I'll accompany you while you retrieve it. I'm sorry, but I've got something important to attend to, but I promise I'll return with it later. Very well. Then you won't refuse to provide your address and phone number, I presume. How prudent of you. I'll oblige. Richter's so smart. And that's how it went. So they aren't after the right after all. I wouldn't be so quick to trust him. Oh? I believe we're dealing with a master in deception. He may well have made up a story to convince us to part ways with a stone. I think he's lying about having procured 6 curse stones as well. Like, really? 6? That's excessive. Well, now I feel gullible. The company's plotting something. I wonder what they mean to do with the curse stones. Seem rather desperate to get a hold of ours, despite not having collected any soul dregs. Perhaps the people of Hihaku are the masterminds behind the curses being unleashed. Because the chairwoman's a witch? I wonder about that too. If she really were that powerful, would her secretary have divulged that information so casually? Takami's either making it up as he went, or he's trying to spread a rumor. For what purpose would he do that? Recently, people have been caught up about the occult more than ever before. If word spread that Hihaku's chairwoman had godlike powers, she could very well benefit socially and politically from that mystique. Also financially, because I'm pretty sure that people would be interested in the soaps too. That's unsettling. We should avoid Hihaku for the time being. It would be pain if I had to deal with Takami again. By the way, there's one more thing of interest I heard while in the company's reception lobby. And what's that? People were discussing whether one of the bodies found this morning was that of a Hihaku employee. Really? So long as the officials haven't revealed their identity, all amounts to no more than speculation, though. Despite that, I have reason to believe Hihaku Soaps was deeply involved with the 7 mysteries. At the very least, I can assure you I've gathered that much. The more we know, the better our negotiations will go. Is that it? I think that's it. Wait, is this changed? I doubt anyone's still living there. Oh, so you came here too.
What is it?
Oh, nice. Okay. So this is where it overlaps.
Ah.
Could you repeat what you know one more time for me, Richter? Alright. Let's go restart. Ariel's off checking the Cherishi household. I'll wait until he gets back. Oh, there we go. Wait, do I just have to like... Can I not do anything else? If I go back... Oh, I guess not. Okay. Wait, what am I supposed to do next? Okay, what if I go here and then I press resume? Okay, if we start here... Oh, now they're here. Okay. Oh, wait, so since I... Okay, I understand. So because I moved them here, that's why they're here. Huh? That's... Boss, what is it? Want to talk to those girls? I do. Yeah, I do. This is divine intervention. We were brought here for a reason. Come on, Ariel. Huh? What? That's so... I'm so interested in the way that this game works. Because it's very cool. Like, how you have to you have to do certain things to the other routes in order to get things to happen on this one. Hey, aren't you? If the high school is skirting child labor laws who I've heard so much about. That's crazy.
Say that again?
Sorry about that, he's with... Oh, wait. Sorry about that, he's with me.
Mr. Sutsumi, if that's how you feel, maybe you should look into improving my working conditions. I prefer not to work for free, to be honest.
Don't you worry about that. You want to help us out, we can have whatever you want. Boss the street.
Wait. Really? Thank you so much. I've always wanted to go to a fancy sushi place. Ooh, yeah. Like one of those places in Ginza? I've never been. Let's go.
We got ourselves a deal, right, boss? The girls are out of service.
Hold on now. What just happened? I never said Sushi?
Look forward to it, boss.
Wait, since when were you included? Haha, you guys are funny. You should do stand-up.
Crazy.
What's that rope all about?
Indicates where Jonochi's body was found. They've moved his body, but this way we still have an idea of how it was found.
Yikes, that's a little gross. You can even see how his arms and legs are all... Ugh. Fool it, Ariel. You're scaring her. This kind of stuff's a little much for a kid.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she only asked because you were staring at it so intently.
Alright, that's enough. Mio, what do you think? I knew it the second I looked at the scene. You're right. Traces of a curse still linger here.
I figured as much. Does that mean Jonochi was killed by one of the curses of the Seven Mysteries?
Yes, a strong curse like that always leaves behind a trace. Wow, Mio, you're so calm. Are you used to this kind of thing? I wouldn't say I'm used to it. It just comes with experience, I guess.
No, I've heard some stories about you. Didn't you investigate a gruesome scene where someone had been killed by a paranormal attack without even breaking a sweat?
Stop it, Mr. Sutsumi. She's going to get the wrong idea. Whoa, that's amazing! Mio, you're a professional! You think? Totally. You're cool even in the face of death. That's awesome! When you put it that way, I'm not sure how awesome it is.
So a curse was used here, which means the curse bearer must have been on the scene too. This is one hell of a coincidence, huh? That this random girl you know is already involved with the case. It's usually easier to let Ariel do the talking when it comes to young people, but we only have a day. It'd be quicker if I take the reins this time. But he did manage to win them over with the promise of food. Let's see how this plays out. Oops. Forensics is still investigating the area. I didn't really want to bring these kids to a place like this, but there were too many onlookers outside for us to speak comfortably. Besides, it would be good to have Mio look around the scene too. Yako Sakazaki. So this is Yako Sakazaki. She's with Mio. Could she be a friend? Did Mio finally make a friend? If she did, it would do this old man's heart good. But I better not say that out loud. Don't want to make her look bad. Aw, that's so cute. Mio Kurosuzu. She's like a disciple of the Paranormal Affairs Chief. I've heard that she helps out with investigations free of charge on the guise of training. Although she's my old boss's protege, she helped me out plenty while I was in Paranormal Affairs. She may look meek, but she's got strong spirit sense, sharp instincts and courage, plus quite the brain to back it all up. That said, I can't help but think that there's some kind of darkness following her around. She's certainly well versed in the paranormal. I just can't get over the darkness. Sushi, huh? Well, that'll solve the case. It'll be a small price to pay. I'll just expense it to Paranormal Affairs later. Haha. Anything else? This like shadow freaked me out for a second. Oh, I can talk to her. I think it'd be funny to find a sticker here. Let me talk to Yako first.
Huh? You want to talk to me? You'd probably be better off asking Mio.
Okay. So, how much have you been able to figure out?
Well, I know what happened around midnight last night. Someone invoked the Feast of Shadows, which boosts the power of curses, then brought forth the 7 mysteries of Hanjo. That allows even those who do not have the power to cast curses to gather soul dregs for the rite of resurrection. At least that's my hypothesis.
Sounds about right so far. As I'm sure you know, there's actually 9 mysteries, not 7. When the Feast of Shadows was cast, the curse stones appeared before those who wanted the rite, at the locales of those 7 mysteries. We've managed to gather 3 curse stones so far, including the one I got first, the Evergreen Beach.
You got 3 already? Wow. We have the curse stone of this fool's procession. Well, Yako, the girl standing behind me, does. That's me! Yako, the girl standing behind Mio.
She does? Is she alright? We could take it off your hands.
Well, the Feast of Shadows has no effect during the day, and there's still something I want to find out.
Alright, I leave the fool's procession with you two then.
Thank you. Please keep collecting the other curse stones. I'll be looking for a way to start the Feast of Shadows.
Okay, got it. That should make things go more smoothly. What about the other curse bearers? Have you run into any of them?
Well, last night at school...
You were here last night?
Yes. You see...
Huh. You two were using a spirit board? That's so cool. So that's when you ran into the curse echo. I'm glad you survived the encounter.
Somehow, we managed to get away without accidentally setting it off. The curse echo we saw took the shape of a woman missing an arm and a leg.
What? A woman missing a heart and an arm and a leg? That's the one-sided read. This is bad. Huh? What's so bad about that one? You idiot! Think! A curse bearer of the one-sided read is Fumichika Nejima. He admitted it himself. That's his curse. Oh, that's right. Wait, but if that's the case... Nejima might have been here last night. What? I mean, it's possible he was lying to us, but... What?
Who's Nejima?
No clue. They're so funny. So, Nejima's trying to take advantage of the Feast of Shadows for his own nefarious purposes.
Huh? He said he's going to massacre the city at sundown today?
And he's trying to get your daughter too? That's why we've been trying to find him, but to no avail. Honestly, this information's been the most useful we've gotten so far. So, just to be sure, could you tell me who else was at the school last night?
Well, as far as we know, there was us, Mr. Jonochi, and one of our classmates, Hitomi.
Don't forget old man Ashimiya. Wait, Hitomi? You mean Hitomi Okuda, second-year student?
Well, yes. Why?
Boss. So she was here last night.
I saw Hitomi earlier, though, and she didn't seem like a curse bearer to me.
You did? Did you talk to her?
Yes.
Would you mind if we ask you a few questions about that?
Hitomi said she didn't want to talk to the police because she was afraid she'd become a suspect. So I can't tell you anything unless you swear you won't drag her into this.
Ah, I see. Don't worry, this is about a different matter.
A different matter? You mean about that police officer, Mr. Yoshimi?
You know about that? Did Hitomi say something about him?
Yes, she did. Actually...
Oh my god. Let's finish this one.
Hitomi did say that Mr. Yoshimi entrusted her with something.
He did? When was it? Yoshimi gave her a talisman?
Yes, apparently he also asked her to look for another one that just like it. One that Michio had.
What kind of talisman could they be, boss? Doesn't ring a bell. But if Yoshimi was talking about him with his dying breath, they must have been pretty important.
Did they find a talisman on Michio where her body was found?
I'll check, but if they did, Yoshimi would have had plenty of time to retrieve it before he died.
Right.
Would you consider giving us Hitomi's contact information? I'd like to talk to her about this talisman.
I'm not sure. She never opened up to anyone except Mr. Yoshimi.
I'm no good, huh? I was friends with Yoshimi, though.
You don't seem like too bad of a guy. Not all that scary for a cop. But I doubt that'll be enough for her. She really doesn't want to end up becoming a suspect. To be honest, she was even a bit wary of us.
Well then. Do you think she talked to Yoshimi's fiancé? Haven't they met before?
Oh, they have. She told us about that. Yes, she might be willing to talk to her.
Alright, then we better find her fast.
You haven't been able to reach her? That's a little worrying.
Mayu Chozawa. We'll let you know as soon as we manage to contact her.
Okay. I'd be willing to give Hitomi's contact information to her. Oh, right. One more thing. Hitomi told me that Mr. Yoshimi gave her instructions in the event that something happened to her.
To him. Wait. To him.
He told her to give the talisman to Mr. Nakagoshi from the police headquarters.
What? So it was a Nakagoshi's case? Why would Yoshimi tell her that?
Could you check on that?
I will, but, well, I don't know if they'll pick up when I call. Is he with the Paranormal Affairs Bureau? Well, yes. Nakagoshi's the chief. But he's almost never in, so I don't really know the guy. To be honest, I'm not even sure if he exists or if he's just a figurehead. I've never spoken to him myself. All the Paranormal Affairs cases are referred to as Nakagoshi cases. Jeez, what's up with that? There's more? Oh my god.
That amulet Hitomi was looking for may be the missing puzzle piece for this mystery.
Right.
If we're talking about people who were at school last night, there was one more person, though I'm not too clear on the details.
There was someone else?
Apparently, Hitomi actually saw Mr. Janochi getting cursed and killed last night.
What? Talk about some vital information.
What she said happened was...
Michio was the one who killed Mr. Janochi? Are you sure it was really Michio that she saw?
Well, that's what she told me. I wasn't there.
That must mean there was another curse bearer here last night. Janochi was killed by a curse, so someone had to have been there, whether it was Michio or not. Damn, boss, do you think he really could have been Michio's ghost? I mean, based on what we've heard, she does have plenty of reasons to be vengeful. Calm down. Just because the paranormal exists doesn't mean just anything is possible. It's still possible that Neji was behind Janochi's death.
But what about Hitomi's story?
Not this janitor, Ashimiya, was it? How old is he? Do you know how long he's worked here?
Huh? Why are you so interested in him all of a sudden? I only just transferred to the school though, so I have no idea. He's around 50 years old. He came to our school about half a year ago. No one knows what he did before, so there are all kinds of rumors about him.
I see. Thanks, I think I'm starting to get a better picture of all this.
Huh?
Listen up. It's not uncommon for former prisoners to find work under an alias after their release. The notoriety attached to their former name can get in the way of proper rehabilitation, you see.
What are you... No way!
Ariel, have the officers apprehend the janitor. He worked the night shift, so he might still be in the overnight room. Yes, right away. Boss, bad news. Apparently the room's been empty all morning. Sounds like they've been looking to question Ashimiya too, but couldn't find him anywhere.
No.
That all but confirms it. Just one more thing to check. Are there any photos of this Ashimiya?
The old man seriously hated getting his picture taken. He'd always avoid it.
Ariel, call an urgent search for Makoto Ashimiya. We can't let him get away. Yes, sir. I'll contact HQ right away.
Oh my, I didn't expect this at all. Yeah, how could that old man have been some horrible criminal mastermind? I can't believe it. And a curse bearer on top of that. I think he was so close to us this whole time. It gives me chills.
A guy like that really shouldn't have been allowed to work at a high school. Let's hope it isn't already too late.
Oh! I may have shown Ashimiya my curse stone last night.
What? I don't like this one bit. Nejima did say he wasn't specifically targeting curse bearers, but...
I'm glad nothing happened to you. Wait, but then, could it have been old man Ashimiya who attacked you in the hallway? I almost told him that you were still in the building, too. What? You did? Yikes! Good thing I didn't say anything.
So that's why this is like the true rap, because like we didn't tell him. You might have gotten very lucky there, kid. Oh. Yeah, this scene is so long. I think once this scene is over, then I might call it for the night.
This is too much. I hope they find him soon. Come on, Long Arm of the Law, help us. To put a stop to the Feast of Shadows, it would help if I knew more about how the curses of these 7 mysteries first came about.
In that case, you're probably best off talking to that crabby researcher guy.
You mean Mr. Araishi? I'd very much like to talk to him.
Alright, he's a teacher here too, isn't he? You would know him already. He might be more inclined to talk if it's one of his students doing the asking.
Do you know where he is?
I do. We tried to talk to him, but he refused to cooperate. But you two should give it a try. He's at his usual cafe working on his papers.
The cafe? Oh, Kurokikyo Cafe in Kamizawa. Thanks. We'll head over there now.
School rules say we're not allowed to go to cafes, though. Don't worry about it. I'll allow it.
Thank you.
Huh? That's all it takes?
There must be a mastermind behind everything. Someone who orchestrated all this for a reason. I want to find out why. What was that thing you mentioned about Michio earlier? Something about a grudge? Do you know anything about her?
What's your relation?
I'm her friend. I was actually planning to resurrect her at first.
Ah, I see. We gained quite a lot of information from you two. It's only fair we share as well. Tell her, Hario. Alright. Keep in mind this is just a theory, though.
Okay.
After re-examining the crime scene, Yoshimi concluded that Michio's death wasn't a suicide, but a vehicular collision.
Wait, what? An accident?
Being hit by a speeding truck or van would have resulted in similar injuries. The investigation was ordered by Yoshimi, so it seems he had his doubts about it being a suicide.
What? A van? Speeding? Yako, what's wrong? Are you okay? Ah! Ah! Ah!
Oh, what?
A van. There's a young man in the driver's seat. In the passenger seat, a woman? Yako. Huh? Yes! Wait, was I? Are you back now? How do you feel? You're covered in sweat. Yeah, I'm okay, I think. Sorry, I went a little crazy there.
It's no problem, as long as you're okay. I was quite surprised, though. She's got, like, talent as, a spirit medium.
Yoshimi talked to you about Michio, didn't he?
Well, he didn't give me any specifics, but if you're wondering about that. So I don't know what was truly on Michio's mind either.
Right.
Do you have any idea why Jonochi was so scared of Michio?
Well, about that. I'm not sure exactly how to put this, but...
I see. Well, I have expected something like that. Thank you for telling me.
Sorry, it's hard to explain.
I wonder what he got his hands on to be able to blackmail her like that. Terrible. Mio and Yako, my beloved. I love them. They're so sweet. I really like Mio, especially.
Michio, what happened?
Okay, there's something else. Nothing to talk here. Nothing to talk here. Let me think. They're such good kids. Everybody, like... The girls here are such good kids. Why did they follow foul, terrible adults? Jonochi was almost definitely killed by a curse, but I wonder what the exact cause of death. If the curse's origin and the cause of death are connected, it could give us another lead. Can I do this now? Hey boss, friends is calling. I'll go see what they have to say. Sure, thanks. Boss, they found this on the ground a short distance away from the scene. What is that? A ribbon? Yeah, the kind you'd use to tie up your hair.
What? I've seen that ribbon before.
Yeah, go on then.
That's the ribbon that Michio always used to wear.
What? Doesn't that mean that Michio was here? Are you sure? These guys' like surprise faces are so funny. Like, he's so cool, but his like, this is such an extra pose.
Definitely. I have the same one at home. We bought them together. That has to be hers.
Then, did she come back to life somehow?
But how? If I was Michio and I came back to life, where would I go?
That's the question. She got her revenge on Jonochi, but she may have more revenge to ditch out. Oh, a Grizzle Detective is actually kind of a goober. Yeah, I really like Tsutsumi. Like, these two are very fun, and I really like being on their route. Is there anyone else she'd have a grudge against? Well, What about the guy who killed her in the collision?
If she really did come back to life, then it's terribly sad that she's spending her new chance at life at this. Being obsessed with revenge is a tragic way to live. I'm afraid that's all we can tell you.
Don't worry, you're a big help, thank you. We should start our search for Nejima and Mayu Tozawa. It might be worth it to check Michio's house as well, just in case. Let's use the school as our base of operations. If anything happens, go to one of the officers hanging around here.
Got it. Thank you, and good luck. We'll go talk to Mr. Araishi about a way to lift this curse.
Alright, boss. Let's get going whenever you're ready. Oh, nice. Okay, okay. So, because now the POVs overlap, we can be here. Haruhi and Richter visit Michio's home, having determined her to be a key player in the unresolved kidnapping case from a year before. As the complicated story begins to unravel, they encounter two men. I do want to see what's going on here. Oh my god, why is this jazz? Ma'am, allow me to introduce one of our country's most elite detectives. My name's Junior Rio. I'd hardly call myself elite, but either way, it's nice to meet you. This here is a brilliant Chief Inspector Satsumi, and yes, he's just as rough and tumble as he looks. Sometimes I really don't know if you're complimenting or putting me down.
So, you two are detectives?
Favorite modern cowboy, yeah. This is my client, Mrs. Haruhi Shigima. Father's a big deal in police himself, so remember to mind your manners. A bigwig named Shigima? Boss, you know of this guy? Shit, I've heard the name, but I don't keep track of who's who in the upper echelons.
There's no need to worry. I'm my own person after all, and my father has nothing to do with any of this.
Ooh, did you hear that, boss? Looks like you're getting off easy this time. Don't make it sound like I'm involved in some shady business. It ain't like that.
You both seem rather jovial despite being detectives. How rare. All the police officers I've met have always been so dull.
Well, you won't find any dull cops here. We'll round up all your criminals with a smile. That's our motto.
How lovely. Keep it up.
Just hold on 1 second. This is the first time I'm hearing of that. Well, you're right about them not being your typical detectives. Thought we might cause trouble standing in the middle of the street talking like this, but so far we haven't drawn any attention. And again, that might just be because nobody wants to get involved with the case. Anything else that I can look at? Oh! There it is. Is that a penguin? The Royal King Penguin!
Oh, is that so?
I love finding the mockingbirds here because then, like, Richter comments on them. Royal King Penguin. I'll put it on the shelf. Or the fridge, sorry. The Gwynest of them all, yes. This guy's a friend. Maybe if I put him right here. Oh, right here. That works. Friend. Oh, that's really far over. Is there anything else? It seems they were acquainted, but I also like they haven't talked in a long time. Kingpin will keep me safe from curses, you're right. He's a charm. A young and energetic detective, he seems to have a strong sense of justice. If my son had the chance to grow older, perhaps he would have become an officer just like him. Aw. He seems like he got a lot of experience working the streets. Most of the officers I know are the bureaucratic desk jockey types. Contrast is rather striking. Oh, because you know all the people in the the upper echelons, so that's why you have all of the boring paper pushers. I guess knowing how to deal with cops is also part of an investigator's job. Not quite. Two of us used to be comrades is all. Comrades? That's right. Victor used to be part of the police force himself. He quit a few years ago to go solo. Is that so? You should give it a try, Ariel. There's more freedom in working as a private investigator. Can't say much for the quality of life, though. It's been 2 years, right? I haven't heard of you since you quit. Didn't think your business would last, but here you are. You sure you don't want to return to the force? We take you back with open arms. What? Sit on my ass and watch the birds fly? I'll take a pass. Don't belong in that world. You gave him a beauty mark? Yeah. They really made Richter so pretty. Come on, Richter. We need your talent. The public will need you. Nah, you don't. This is my calling. Police will manage just fine without me. I'll keep on tying up all your loose ends, save the little birdies you abandoned. Aw. I can't believe you were actually part of the police force once. There's a story behind everything, man. I don't regret my time on the force. I wouldn't have the connection I have today without it. What brings you here, Richter? You on a case? That's right, I'm picking up the police's slack. I trust you remember the kidnapping and murder case from last year. Oh, I remember that now. You're that Haruhi Shikima, the kidnapping case. Oh, did I miss something? Don't be an idiot. It was the case where Munesato Shigima's grandson was kidnapped. Which must have been your son, man. Indeed, the story was suppressed by the news, and then was considered a huge failure on the police department's part. Most of the investigation was conducted in secret, and unfortunately the department is unwilling to reopen the case. Any investigation carried out afterwards turned up nothing at all, which is why I'm now on the job. So they never caught the culprit, huh? That's rough. So your findings have brought you to this place then? That's right. The individual connected to the case used to live around here. Used to? That's right. As of last week, they're deceased. We hope to talk to family. No one was home when I checked last time, so I figured we'd try again. Interesting. Sure doesn't look good on the police to be mishandling cases like this. If there really was a culprit, it should be our responsibility to bring them to justice. Well, I do consider the police my people. So you consider the blame to be shared. You've got a stern side as well, I see. Whoops. By the way, ma'am, this might be sudden, but there's something I'd like to confirm with you. And that is? Do you happen to know anything about the 7 mysteries of Hanjo? Sorry, Chief, but that's hardly... With all due respect, investigator, I think my question was addressed to the lady. If you insist. What do you say, ma'am? Can you tell us anything? This is so suspicious. I've heard of the 7 mysteries, but this talk of curses eludes me. Is that so? Well, I'm sorry for the intrusion. Come to think of it, I heard some things about this area last night. Something about a strange and conspicuous man dressed in white loitering around. Wait a second. I assume they're talking about you, investigator? Well, I would argue that I'm strange and conspicuously dressed in white. As it turns out, I was out here last night to conduct my investigation. Did you run into anything strange or out of the ordinary? Out of the ordinary? I guess I did observe a few suspicious characters. You were asking about curses just now. Why would a public servant be interested in the occult? Boss, Victor's a smart man. He can help us if we tell him what we know. I can't promise I'll be of any help to you, but I'm interested in hearing what you have to say. Something's happening in Hanjo, isn't there? Must be something big if they got you head office guys on it. Well, I guess it's alright. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Thank you, boss. Listen closely to what we're about to say, Richter. So by using curses to commit murders, these people collect soul dragons to perform the rite of resurrection. And these cursed stones, someone connected to the seven mysteries of Honjo. He's so good at acting. It's a tough story to swallow, but I don't see a reason to doubt you either. We figured the strange occurrences happening around here recently are connected to these curses. To get these situations under control, we've been searching for the curse bearers to confiscate the curse stones. Do you have any information that might help us? That's tough. I never expected curses and other mumbo-jumbo to play into this at all. Well, if we talk about shaded characters, there's this middle-aged fellow I saw on Southward Guestry Street. Had an average build. Anxious, like a searcher for prey. Boss, what do you think? Well, considering the location, it could have been Hideki Arishi. Oh, I got this curse stone. Impressive. You two are working quickly. Did you see anything else? Not that I can remember. That's a shame. It's too bad that he can't tell him about, what's his face? Yakumi. That's his name, right? Takumi, sorry. I can never remember this dude's name. I don't know why. Takumi Yumioka. I was close. I had it almost correct. That's like the closest I've been this entire time that I've been playing this game. He's an elusive dude. Yeah. He looks suspicious just all the time. But like, I know why he didn't say anything about him, about Takumi. Because Takumi will indict him. But like, man, I wish he could have. There's a lot of names to remember. Yeah. There's like so many characters. I was surprised. Like when I started this out, I was like, oh, it's like, it's going to be confined to the nighttime. It's going to be kind of a small cast of characters. The like, this promotional images seem to only have like a relatively small group of people. But there's actually a lot of them. I was kind of surprised. But like, it's good. Like, I'm really impressed at how like the characters kind of all stack on top of each other, and they're all important. If you see any characters who look like they might be carrying Curse Stone, it'd be a huge help if you let us know. Absolutely. I'll let you know if I find anything. Makes the beginning surprise work real well, in my opinion. Yeah. Richter, perhaps you could lend us a hand in our case too. The number of people you can't track and finding missing persons has to be your specialty, you know? I hate to disappoint you, but I'm busy enough with this case. With my clients will keep me afloat. I have to prioritize requests by the order in which they come in. I see. Well, can't say that's not fair. What do you need a private investigator for, anyway? Cops should have been plenty of bright folks to throw at the job. True, but this isn't an ordinary case we're dealing with here. Can you tell him about how there's a dude on the loose that's saying that he's gonna kill everyone in town? Huh? By the way, that reminds me, Richter. Yes? He's the person who used to live here died last week. You wouldn't be referring to Michio Shiraishi by any chance? You knew? I thought so. Seems like we're here for the same reason then. Seriously? Michio was involved with curses and magic? Strictly speaking, the curse part isn't our concern. We're looking into Yoshimi's case. Yoshimi? Oh right, Hajime Yoshimi's. That's right, he died on the job. I'm sure you've heard of it. I heard. It was the most unfortunate loss. So there's a connection between Hajime Yoshimi of the Juvenile Division and Michio. Well, hold on. Let's focus on Michio for a second. You think she has something to do with the kidnapping? Talk about unforeseen developments. Exchanging information should prove mutually beneficial. I'll tell you what I know, but in turn I want a full scoop on your findings concerning Michio. Sure, to tell you the truth. What? You believe Michio's ghost is the one who killed Mr. Jonochi? So he wasn't just mumbling nonsense. I mean, we haven't fully confirmed anything yet, but the testimonies we've heard and the evidence we found point in that direction. Testimony? You mean from those psychic high schoolers? Didn't they also say there was a chance Michio hadn't killed herself? Wait, if that's all true then... Did you figure something out? Kankichiro Iwai! Huh? Kankichiro Iwai, he'll be the next victim. We have to open the door of the Shiraishi's house. We need to look inside. Oh, I lost his accent for a second. Hey, what's gotten into you? Boss? I'm sure the landlord will give us the key if we asked. Screw that. You know how long that could take? We can ask for permission later. Richter? Hey, Hey, Richter, calm down. We can't just... Take that, you shitty door. That's how you do it. Richter, get a hold of yourself. I see you're still the same as always. This is why he probably quit the force. Everyone, come quick, look at this. Holy shit. Ah! Whoa, what's up with this room? Boss, there's a dead body in here. Whoa, could that be Michio's dad? Nah, he's her stepdad at best, if that. It's gotta be the body of Kankichiro Iwai. There's no doubt about it. This man's a goner. He's gotten real messed up. Looks like he's been like this for a while. I say it happened last night. Ario, did you find Jonochi's body in the same state? Now that you mention it. It looks as though Kohei Jonochi had died from a number of heavy blows. What are you suggesting, investigator? It was Michio Shiraishi. She's still alive. What? She used the power of the curses to get back at the men who ruined her life. Wait, that's crazy! That's ridiculous. You're suggesting she actually revived? It's gotta be that, and if she's alive, then... Oh my god. Forgot about the dude. My apologies for interrupting. I know we've just arrived at an interesting plot point. But do you really think a dead girl is going around taking revenge from beyond the grave? Consider this. What if Michio Shiraishi never died? But seeing as you come this far, I'm sure you already know the truth, don't you? And so, I would have you answer me a question. Where in Honjo was Michio Shiraishi at the hour of 8 o'clock this morning? Aha! Bro, what? I don't know. I wonder if you're not supposed to know, to be honest. I wouldn't be surprised if you're not supposed to know at this point in time. Honestly, I'm operating under the assumption that she is still dead. Just until I see her face, like, I'm just going to operate under the assumption that she's still dead. And... there's, like, no reason for her to be in any of the other places, is the problem. If she is still dead, then she probably is haunting Yako, and Yako was here at 8 a.m. I think. Wait, no, she was here at 8 a.m. So maybe the high school? I see. So that's what you think. Let's take a moment to reconsider what you know and choose again, shall we? Ah, damn! I see, very well. Congratulations, you are correct. You got it wrong one time, well, it's a trivial matter. Oh, nice, okay. The way that it was actually my initial, like, belief, it may have been easier to reach that conclusion had you considered the cause of death. Low-key, I want to, like, go load that save and then, like, do it right the first time, because I did have it right the first time. That's so sad. Oh well. I'll take it. It's a trivial matter, as it says. It may have been easier to reach that conclusion had you considered the cause of death. I don't understand that. Let's get back to the story then, shall we? I've taken up enough of your time. So she is dead. She's haunting... Yeah, I think she's haunting Yako. What? You really think Michio Shiraishi's still alive? Just think it through and all becomes obvious. It tracks, but do you really think that girl could have managed all this? First of all, Ario, go report this to HQ. Understood. I'll get on it right away. I love how, like, currently Haruo is just kind of along for the ride. I'll start investigating this place. It sure isn't lacking in stuff that needs looking at. There's a bunch of photos of the same person pasted on the wall over there. Oh, that's, what's his face? That's Nejima. Huh? Whoa, now, hold on. These photos. These are all Fumichika Nejima. Gross. Why does he look like that? Like, legitimately? Like, everybody else looks like, I don't know, like, normal mugshots. And then you get to Nejima, and, like, he doesn't look real. Really? Come to think of it, he was in the papers a lot back in the day. Oh, there's even more pasted up over here. These are all cutouts from newspapers and magazines about the Nejima murders. I don't get it. Why the weirdo shrine? Let's keep looking around. Same man in every picture. Same man in every picture. Is that Fumichika Nejima? Well, it's quite the spectacle. I don't think I'll ever imagine to erase this from my mind. Don't worry, Victor. You're quite the spectacle yourself. Do you mean to compare me with the likes of a bizarre criminal? Ha ha! It's off-putting to look at, but I can't help but wonder what in the world this is. They're magic runes. They're used in Western black magic rituals. Most of the time they're useless imitations, though. Wouldn't get too excited about it. Oh my. Who knew the chief inspector was such an expert on the occult? I just chanced upon that information. That girl with the spirit sense we mentioned, she's pretty informed on the subject. And so serious net fact, yeah. He looks like he belongs in, like, Howl's Moving Castle next to, the Wicked Witch. Whatever, like, the Witch of the... It's been a really long time since I've watched Howl's Moving Castle. Of course, the person in question was dead serious about it all. Western black magic. While magic is often classed as a branch of mysticism or may variously refer to the likes of witchcraft or astrology, here it refers specifically to Western black magic. In the Middle Ages, the line between science and magic was blurred, with the pursuit of the supernatural considered a legitimate academic discipline. Astrology was regarded as akin to astronomy, while alchemy was accepted as scientific fact, and would eventually evolve into what is known today as chemistry. One discipline, however, was considered wicked and shunned accordingly, black magic. Practice of using magical knowledge to strike a bargain with demons. In contrast to the socially acceptable subjects studied by the intelligentsia, black magic was most prolific among the lower class. It was the common people who suffered most from the ills of the day, war, famine, and sickness, which perhaps led them to seek aid from unholy powers. As heresy, these rituals and spells were nowhere to be found in orthodox modes of teaching, but instead were recorded in tomes of dubious credibility. Now that I think about it, the person who had to localize this game must have had a time. It looks like things spread around here have been like this for a while now. This ritual or whatever was something he attempted up to recently. Plenty of the neighbors mentioned having heard strange mantra-like noises come from here during the night. You think EY was the one chanting? Hard to say. Could have been one of the Shiraishis as well. If we look through these books in the back, we might learn whatever it was they were trying to do. There's candles and stones with inscriptions placed all over. Are these tools for some ritual? Hey, don't touch anything you hear. Ah, that's right. Considering this a murder scene, we ought to leave everything as is. All this can be used as evidence. If anyone besides forensics toys with it, it'll cause trouble down the road. I can't do the... There are old books scattered everywhere. I wonder what they're about. Many of them are written in foreign language. We'll be paying to look through all these. Let's save them for later and continue to look around. This sliding door leads to the kitchen, barely fits the frame. Look at these pictures of Fumichika Nejima cut out from newspapers and magazines. Whoever put these up was obsessed. Wonder what their intent was. You think the Shiraishis were somehow connected to Nejima's case? Perhaps they did this as to not forget the grudge or something. It's crazy to think Nejima might be involved in all this too. Think he might have anything to do with the body here? Maybe. The man's already out on parole. He's a curse bearer with a curse stone now. He announced that from sundown today he's going to be going on a killing spree.
Oh dear.
There's an emergency search underway as we speak, but no one's yet managed to get a hold of the bastard. So he hasn't changed his ways. That doesn't bode well. To tell you the truth, the lady here isn't completely unconnected from the Nejima murders either. You don't say.
That's right. We talked about it last night. 20 years ago, I found the hand in Sumida River that brought the incident to light.
You don't say. You were the kid from back then? You were really brave. You did a good deed.
Were you the detective I spoke with? I had no idea.
So you two had met before. Fancy that. I've been worried that Fumichika Nejima might bear resentment towards you, ma'am. You might be right. Must have taken a bit of a deep dive for research. Yeah, I can't imagine, like, translating all this. Unfortunately, that asshole's quite the resentful type.
Oh dear.
That asshole. I wonder who put the idea into his head. And now he's got the one-sided read, too. He's threatening to massacre the people of Honjo at sundown. Seriously? On top of that, he's been itching to get revenge on me as well. Of all things, the man's gone and threatened to kill my daughter. Damn, that's quite the threat. Certainly can't afford to stay put here. Fucker wants to get us all antsy. When I finally get to arresting him, it'll be with a cool head. Not gonna give him the pleasure, huh? Well, if Iwai and Fumichika Nejima have anything to do with each other, then this room might hold a clue to Nejima's location. Let's hope so. Oh wait, okay. I was like, this seems like the same thing. First, they put all these photos must have been obsessed with Nejima. They might have had some relation to Nejima's victims, or perhaps it was the opposite.
The opposite?
What if it wasn't loathing but admiration?
But then...
That's fucked up. These aren't just cut from publications, they even snapped a number of shops of their own.
They must have admired him. Why else would they have collected so many pictures?
Finally someone who plays this game. Hello, hello. I'm having a good time. This is a good game. Also, thank you for the hydrate and posture check. Wow, I needed that water.
They must have admired him. Why else would they have collected so many pictures?
Whatever the case, it's certain they were obsessed. You're stuck at the alleyway part? So am I past where you were? This drawer is really old. Chief Inspector, do you mind if I look inside? Huh? I mean, in normal cases, only police would be allowed to touch things, right? Right, Ariel's in here, so let me take a look at it. There's just clothes in here, not much variety either. Can't say they were big spenders. Well, I was hoping to find out what kind of talisman here, but I guess we're not so lucky. I see. Thank you anyway. I really can't look at like anything out the window. With the window storm shutter closed, no light gets in here at all. It's pitch black. Neighbors mentioned they started to keep the house shut like this not long ago. My stupid Richter accent is like dying. There's nothing around here to confirm his identity, but by the looks of it, it'd say he's Kankichiro Iwai. You've seen him before? I heard he had a criminal record, so I assumed he wouldn't have held a respectable occupation.
Is this what a curse does to a person?
Ma'am, it'd be better not to look so closely.
It's amazing.
Cruel is what it is. Thank you, Richter. Richter is a really good guy. Like, doing his job while also, like, kind of like giving her a reality check. Okay, I got the pictures. Okay. I think it's just the old books now. What'd you say, Chief? Would you let me look through it if I wore gloves? Well, it's not like I'm any help with foreign languages. Go ahead. Thank you. Huh, seems to be a book on Western black magic. Same runes are written here alongside detailed descriptions of the procedures. Suppose you call these grimoires. It's all a bunch of nonsense if you ask me, though. You think this EY guy was studying them? Perhaps to perform some kind of ritual? There are a bunch of handwritten notes beside the grimoires. Whoever it was, they were serious about this. EY doesn't look like the type to be in this stuff, but shouldn't judge a book by its cover.
But why would he be studying black magic?
According to the materials, this here rune's for the restoration of youth. Perhaps he's trying to become young again. This over here seems to be black magic related to resurrection. Each one of these spells requires a human sacrifice. Talk about dangerous.
Resurrection? Like the rite?
I guess no matter what part of the world, people turn to occult for similar reasons. What is it? This is like a journal. It's probably EY's. A journal? His writing's surprisingly thorough. Almost as if he was writing a report for someone. Oh wow, now this is something. What is it? What did he write? This is quite the find. Let me give you a summary. So, this Kankichiro Iwai fellow. He's been searching for a spell to restore youth for years.
So he was into black magic from the start.
He believed he could learn to successfully perform a spell, he could then use it to earn a fortune. Tell you the truth, seems he was already getting funded after he acquired the grimoire. You don't say. This is starting to sound kind of familiar. But first, let's find out how he got his hands on this grimoire. It seems that Nejima told him where he could obtain the book when they were both in prison. What? That's nearly too much of a coincidence. Likely not coincidence. Seems like Iwai took an interest in the Nejima murders after he made the news. He admired him rather passionately. You might even say he worshipped the man. Worship? Nejima of all people? This was a time when students were itching to rebel. Anyone who did something to shake the world was bound to gather admirers. Iwai has been collecting these photos ever since that time. Since he just so happened to land in prison at the same time as Nejima, made sure to get in contact. This is a lot. I mean, even having it all laid out like this, the Nejima being involved with these grimoires is staggering. I don't think we ever had anything pointing to that. What's the connection? To be honest, it's a shock to me too. For years we've been scratching our heads over the motives behind the Nejima murders. Yep, it's been a mystery to us all from the very start. Whoa, now wait, just 1 minute. Do you think? No way, are you saying? That's right. The murders might have been for a ritual. He was attempting to perform black magic. The instructions written down for the sacrificial offering match up exactly with the acts carried out by Nejima. You've got to be kidding me. So that sadistic crap he was doing was all for black magic? That's what the evidence suggests. However, Nejima tried to do some type of resurrection ritual, but Iwai had different motives. Chief Inspector, you might think this is all stuff of fantasy, but that doesn't refute that Nejima and Iwai are both acting in earnest. This is batshit insane. You're telling me that nutjob did all this for some hokey-pokey resurrection? Shit, resurrection! That means there must have been someone Nejima wanted to bring back to life. Damn, that's it! That has to be it. Fucking hell, it all makes sense now.
What? What is it?
So, about the Nejima murders. There's some information that's been kept from the public. Go on. When we broke into his house and arrested him, we also found a baby.
A baby?
It was a girl, looked to be about 6 months old, but she was covered in filth. She looked so weak and sickly. We called the medics right away. If we were a second later, I'm sure the girl would have died. So, was Nejima the father? He told us he'd found her under a bridge.
He found her? She was abandoned?
I've heard of parents threatening to leave their child under a bridge as a threat, but to think it really happens. I suppose there are those cases with the dead newborns found stuffed in coin lockers, so it's not without precedent. Whatever the case, we never found out the truth. But there's one rumor from back then that I could never get out of my mind. And it's starting to sound more likely now. Well, I'm sure this isn't the first time you've heard of it. Can you believe Nejima's guilty of more crimes than what got him convicted? Back then, a lot of girls went missing.
Yeah, I remember all of that.
Among the high school girls that might have been murdered, or maybe I should say sacrificed, was a girl who was pregnant.
Goodness, that's horrific.
He killed her and dismembered her body. And we thought maybe the baby we found is what he pulled out from inside of her. Don't misunderstand me. This is all speculation on top of more speculation here. But I, for one, never believed that man would just take in a baby he found under a bridge.
I'm feeling sick.
Stay strong, ma'am. I know this is hard to hear. Like I said, don't take that to be the full truth. You're running on speculation back then. Now that this whole resurrection magic has come into play, we should consider the possibility it was his child. And that maybe he was trying to revive whoever the mother might have been. It's just a theory, but my life would be a tad easier if it were true. That's an interesting thought. Okay, consider. What is it? Wait, when did they... Hold on a second, my throat. I need to see something. Okay. Nejima murders. Okay. How long did it take them? Okay. No, that's like later. So like it, because it's 20 years ago, so it can't be Michio. Who would it be then? That's an interesting thought. If there's anyone Nejima will want to resurrect, a deceased wife is as good a guess as any. The fact that he obtained a curse stone suggests he has an interest in the rite of resurrection. Damn, you're right. Here, I was thinking he was only after the curse's power to massacre.
Chief Inspector.
Yeah.
What happened to the child?
Without a birth registration on file, best we could do was find the girl some suitable foster parents. It was decided to keep the circumstances secret for the sake of the child's future.
Well, I'm glad she was taken care of.
I wonder, who would it be? Yoko is about the right age, actually. It could also be Mayu, which would explain why she's missing right now. Because she's, because Nejima has a hold of her. Probably. I doubt it's Ayame. I doubt it's not her. I feel like it's like possible just because like I don't know what other use she would have otherwise. But yeah. Don't mean to detail the conversation, but there's still more written in EY's journal. We know EY managed to obtain the grimoire thanks to the advice he got from his idol, Nejima, while in prison. After conducting research and gathering more information, he determined he had a chance to get rich quick. Right. He thought he could make some money if he could successfully use rejuvenation magic. Correct. Turns out someone gave him the idea. There's a typo there. And get this. It was the one and only queen and chairwoman of Hihaku Soaps herself, Natsue Yamamori. Wait, the chairwoman of Hihaku Soaps? So that's where this leads. Here, let me read what he wrote. The queen of Hihaku has a strange fear of growing old. The fear of death is even worse. If she does die, she wishes to be revived. She would spend whatever it takes to preserve her beauty. That makes sense. Magical rituals and rites, she'll use whatever means necessary. Her nasty is unbelievable. She's apparently investing money into any research on resurrection, the restoration of youth, and the like. So even throw her money at the occult. Places greed will take you. Well then, that brings us to Hideki Arishi. She presumably funded his research into Rite of Resurrection as well. That's what it all points to. I wouldn't be surprised if the Witch of Hihaku pounced at the rumors of the Rite of Resurrection. It's starting to sound likely. It might also be why she's spreading the rumor about having godly powers. It's a convenient cover for it if she becomes young again. Godly powers? What's that all about? You can ignore that. Either way, I think EY took the payments he was getting for his research to seduce the family into taking him in to keep her low profile. Shiraishi family, Michio and her mother, Oshiko, were just his unlucky marks. And this is where you get involved. Are you feeling steady, ma'am?
Huh? Is that something to do with me?
What are you talking about? Ma'am, please calm down. Iwai moved in with the Shiraishis to practice magic. He needed a sacrifice to perform his youth restoration spell, but that meant extracting the life force from someone young.
So it was Iwai, this man.
Iwai worshipped Nejima, so he must have also despised Nejima's distractors. Not to mention he was captured and sent to jail once before. Surely he had a bone to pick with the police. So when he realized he had a chance to both avenge Nejima, embarrass the police, and acquire a living sacrifice at the same time. Fuck! You got it. Iwai kidnapped Haruhi Shigama's son and managed to score 3 birds with one stone.
You're telling me then that horrid man, he never had the intention of returning my child.
I thought there might have been a reason why the kidnapper seemed to be mocking the police. He never wanted money. His aim is to humiliate the force. It all makes sense. He must have used Michio to lower your boy's fences, then kidnapped him on his way back home.
That man, he took Shuichi.
Ma'am, please calm down. I understand, but you must remember to breathe.
You don't understand. You have absolutely no idea what I'm going through. This isn't a joke. I wouldn't expect the police to understand. You'll never understand. Living sacrifices? What a stupid, stupid idea from a stupid little man.
Okay, ma'am, let's take a moment to breathe. Why don't we go get some fresh air?
I can't believe this. This is...
That is so fucked up. Chief, I think it's best we take our leave. But before we go, there's one more important piece of information noted in his journal. Oh? Iwai got into contact with Nejima last year after Nejima was released on parole. He provided him with accommodation and financial support. Is that so? He managed to find a hideout for Nejima to stay in. Damn it. If anything, rather than use his money to support the Shiraishis, it seems most went to Nejima instead. If Nejima's lurking around anywhere at the moment, it's probably in that hideout. Did you write where it is? Unfortunately, no, not that I can tell. But it seems Michio knew where it was. She never met with Nejima in person, but she was made to go in and clean up, among other things. What good is that information? The girl's already dead. Wait, no, she's alive. That's right. Michio Shiraishi's alive. If you can find her and get her to talk, you can get her to spill the beans on his hideout, too. Investigator? Investigator, I'm asking you. I should be going. The lady's not well. Seems he spent some time in prison, but the details are unknown. His deceased body was discovered at the Shiraishi home. Kankichiro once made a living by placing advertisements in magazines to sell phony magic items and good luck charms. He held a nostalgic yearning for the post-war era when things and people were simple and had nothing but negative things to say about the rapidly developing ostentatious world of late. Radical in his belief that it would be better to tear down society and start over again, Kankichiro was discontent with his life spent poking around in society's cesspools to make a few coins. When the Nejima murders were widely reported in the media, it had a great impact on Kankichiro as he witnessed how a single act by a single man could cause a major rift in society. Perceiving Fumichika Nejima as a great hero, he began collecting every piece of information he could find on the man. Kankichiro was later arrested for his illegal business practices, and a chance meeting with Fumichika during his incarceration solidified his idolization. He was captivated by Fumichika's talk of black magic, and following his release, acquired the grimoire Fumichika had hidden away. As for Toshiko Shiraishi, Kankichiro set his sights on her after encountering her at her part-time job. When he learned the Shiraishi family was in financial trouble and could not afford to send Michio to college, he turned on the charm and took advantage of her weakness by offering them money. He revealed his true colors, however, after moving in with the family, and used violence and money to keep Toshiko and Michiko under his thumb. All the while, his belief in black magic deepened, and he found a sponsor in the Hihaku Corporation. Kankichiro forced the Shiraishi family to perform various rituals, with any attempts to resist being met with merciless beatings. The mother and daughter were helpless to resist. After Hihaku offered Kankichiro great sums to intensify his work with black magic, he set his mind to sacrificing a child in order to perform a youth restoration spell. For this purpose, he chose Suichi Shigema, the son of Haruhi Shigema, against whom Fumichika held a grudge. He attempted to enlist Michio so as not to alarm the boy, and when she resisted, beat her mother 20 times. With Michio's assistance, Kankichiro kidnapped Shuichi and locked him up in the Shiraishi house, and told the young and courageous boy that he'd kill Michio if he tried to run. While his actions were motivated by personal grudge against the police, it was first and foremost an attempt to create a societal uproar and breakdown in public order, so Kankichiro painted the crime as a regular kidnapping, demanding a ransom for the family. However, because of an embargo on the press, the kidnapping did not cause a public outcry akin to that of the Nejima murders. Infuriated, Kankichiro had Toshiko perform the sacrifice ritual by threatening to kill Michio if she refused. Toshiko killed Shuichi in his sleep, but the spell failed, for which Kankichiro blamed her. Warning Michio to keep silent about the murder to avoid incriminating her mother, Kankichiro dumped the boy's body in a nearby river. The tiny corpse was found a week later in the Sumida River after floating through several canals in Honjo. Having drifted for days in the polluted waters, little evidence remained. Although Kankichiro performed no further sacrifices, his devotion to black magic only increased. Toshiko and Michio spent their days consumed by guilt, forced to continue serving Kanchiro until the day they died. Ew. Awful. Awful men. All the men in this are terrible, except for, like, the ones that we, like, personally interact with. Like, basically either the main characters or the partners. Are you feeling better now that we gotten some fresh air, ma'am?
I'm fine. Suddenly finding out who the kidnapper was really made me lose my wits.
We managed to solve the kidnapping case by pure luck here.
You're right. But Richter, I feel grateful toward Michio.
Because she killed the kidnapper?
There's that too. But it's for something else. If Michio is the one killing all these people, then she must have acquired quite a sizable amount by now. Soul dregs, I mean. Hey, Richter? Whether the kidnapper's dead or alive, it doesn't mean a thing. Revenge won't bring my boy back. And if Nejima is planning to cause a massacre to collect soul dregs, then all the better. I won't give up on resurrection.
Richter, low-key, I think you want to get away from this girl.
So, I'm counting on you.
Oh my god. There is so much going on here. I think I gotta call it there, though. That's a pretty good place to stop. I don't quite remember what all these are, actually. I probably want to be here next, but I'll stop at the story chart, so that way, I'll remember what's going on next. What am I doing? What am I doing? So tomorrow, I don't think I'm going to be doing anything on my channel. I'll be on Prim's channel tomorrow. Which is, let me find her. Let me find her. There we go. And I'll put it here. Oh, that's... Okay, that worked. So it's Prin's birthday today, I guess. And, we are going to be hanging out on her channel. I don't know if we're doing anything in particular. I think we're just chatting. And then on Friday, we're going to be playing Goose Goose Duck, also in celebration of her birthday. I think that's all I have planned for the rest of the week. It looks like I might be doing something interesting next week. Yeah, rather than just like solo streams. I think next week, but I don't know what I'm doing otherwise. I should have time to play more of this game. I'm running into the problem where I'm playing a lot of like really intense story games, and so I don't have I don't have the time to do all of them. Let me see here. I think... Okay, if possible, I think I'm going to... Do we know how much is left in this game? Butts, you still here? Do we know how much is left in this game? Because I have no sense of how long this is supposed to be, because I got a good bit to go. Okay. Then it might be 2 more streams. I've got a lot to go in Digimon too, so like I'm trying to like figure out where I want to put those. Because it could be... Yeah, it could be either. But yeah, I'll find 2 more sounds correct. Yeah, okay. Then I might do this again next week around the same time on Wednesday. If it's gonna be 2 streams, then I think that it'll be easier for me to split it up if I do it on Wednesday. On Fridays, I can go for a lot longer because it's the weekend, so I don't want to like push to try and try to finish the game if I don't have to.
So yeah, as always, thank you guys for coming.
I hope you had a good time. Hope you guys were able to bring some light to your night. And I hope to see you on Prim's channel tomorrow. And if not, then Goose Goose Duck on Friday.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you all for coming. Let me switch over to intro. Is anyone live on Twitch?
Oh, Nanri's playing Bokura. I haven't rated Nanri in a while.
Everybody go say hi. Bye bye bye.